I like my camera's dirty too. That's
tribal nations of the San Diego region are an example of one community that has historically faced such injustices. We acknowledge the harmony that existed between the land, nature, and its original peoples who have since endured displacement, persecution, and systemic oppression. We pay our respect to the unceded territory and homelands of the 18 tribal nations in our region, most in any county in the United States, from forward cultural groups: the Kumeyaay Dineño, the Luiseño, the Lupeño, and the Kaiwea. We aspire to learn from indigenous traditional knowledge and experiences in undoing the injustices of the past. Andrew, please call the roll for today's session.
Thank you, Chair Losbury. Supervisor Anderson. Supervisor Desmond. Here. Chair Pro Tem McGarry. Here. Vice Chair Montgomery Stubb. Here. Chair Losbury.
Here. We will now have Reverend Marcella Salgado Solorio from the University Christian Church Social Education and Christine Sudodo Surero lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Buenos dias, good morning, leaders, supervisors, and members of our community. Thank you for the invitation to be here today. I invite us now into a moment of reflection and grounding. Let a creator, great source of life, known by many names and present among all people, we pause to center ourselves in your presence within us and between us. We give thanks for those gathered here today, for the responsibility of leadership, and for the opportunity to serve the common good. In a time when our world feels heavy, when war continues to ruin communities across the globe, when fear and division too often shape our public life, and when systems of power can overshadow the dignity of all people. We ask for clarity, courage, and deep compassion. Grant these leaders wisdom to make decisions that are just and life-giving. Help them to listen beyond noise and rhetoric, to seek truth even when it is uncomfortable, and to lead with integrity, humility, and care. This week, many in our community have carried grief as stories have surfaced that challenge the legacy of leaders once held high. We hold space for those who have been harmed, for the courage it takes to speak truth, and for the work of healing that calls us forward. Remind us that no movement, no institution, no community is strengthened by silence, but honesty, accountability, and a commitment to do better. Strengthen our collective resolve to protect the vulnerable, to care for the unhoused, the immigrant, the elderly, the young, to honor the dignity of the LGBTQIA people and communities of color, and to ensure that justice is not selective but shared. Soften our hearts where they have hardened. Expand our vision beyond self-interest. Guide us to build a community rooted not in fear, but in belonging, equity, and shared humanity. May we leave this moment grounded, guided by compassion, and committed to the sacred worth of every human being. Amen.
Please place your right hands under your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. We now proceed with proclamations. The first proclamation will be given by myself, honoring Caroline Smith, accepting the proclamation of Caroline Smith, and I would like to thank all my colleagues and Ebony Dr. for both your dedication and picture. Yes, everyone, please come. Good morning. Today, I am both sad and honored to stand with my colleagues to celebrate Assistant CAO Caroline Smith's 2 decades of service to residents of San Diego County. Caroline joined the County of San Diego in 2005. 2005! She said many hats. You're not wearing a hat today. She has many hats. During her career here, she served in leadership positions across the board, including Board of Supervisors of District 5 as a staff member. She was in HHSA as a deputy director, assistant director, and later the interim deputy CAO, the Office of Economic Development and Government Affairs as a legislative policy advisory director, and finally as assistant chief administrative officer in September 2024. Throughout her career in the county, Caroline has demonstrated an unwavering dedication to advancing initiatives that promote the health, safety, and well-being of residents, strengthening programs and partnerships that uplift communities and improve quality of life across San Diego County. Thank you, Caroline, for your 2 decades of service in the county of San Diego. We are going to miss you so much. Any of my colleagues would like to say words before I go to proclamation? Yes. Please go ahead.
Today we celebrate Caroline and everything she's brought to the United family. Caroline has been an incredible partner, steady, thoughtful, and always willing to jump in wherever she was needed. She has a way of bringing clarity to complicated issues and helping people feel grounded, even on the toughest days. Caroline helped move big, meaningful work forward, and she did it with humility and humor. Beyond her leadership, she's been a genuine support to me personally, someone I could trust, laugh with, and rely on. Her impact shows up in the teams that she's mentored, the partnerships that she's strengthened, and the culture that she helped to shape. And while we're sad to see her go, we're also excited for her as she steps into new opportunities and gets to spend more time with her for your dedication, your kindness, and the way you've shown up for this organization time and time again. We're cheering you on in this next chapter, and you'll always be a part of our county family. Thank you for your partnership, your leadership, and your heart. And on behalf of the entire county family, we wish you every success, every joy, and every exciting adventure in the next chapter. Congratulations.
Well, and this is Caroline. I just want to say thank you so much for all your hard work and your efforts. I always knew if I went to Caroline for something, I was going to get the straight scoop. She'd give it to me. Whether I liked it or not, she's going to give it to me the way it is. I always appreciated that. And plus, she started out working in District 5 and moved her way all the way to the top here. And so lots of good things come out of District 5. Caroline, you did that. And thank you, Caroline. I'm happy to see you in going off into the future and wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Jim doesn't get off that easy. Caroline, your 20 years of distinguished service to the County of San Diego reflect a deep and genuine commitment to the people we serve. As a Ramona native from District 2, you understood from the very beginning that county government has to work for every community, and that perspective showed in everything you did. You brought not only expertise and professionalism to the role of Assistant Chief Administrative Officer, but you also a steady hand, sound judgment, and a sense of purpose that earned the respect of everyone that had the privilege to work with you. This county is stronger because of your dedication and your belief in public service. We know this job demanded an extraordinary amount of your time and energy. Roles like this don't just operate from 9 to 5. Your family has shared in that sacrifice, and we hope this next chapter gives you the time that you deserve to be with your husband Scott, your son Cole, and your 2 rescue Labrador retrievers, Buster and Rocky. Yesterday I asked her what her dog's names were. I'm trying to be very discreet. Enjoy the moments that are often hard to come by in a career devoted to serving others. You should take great pride in what you have left behind. Your work matters. It made a difference, and it will continue to benefit the people of San Diego County for years to come. Thank you again, Caroline, for your service and your integrity and the lasting impact that you've made to this organization and the people we serve.
So much has been said that I completely agree with. I am certainly going to miss your expertise, but I'm going to miss your humor even more. And if you ever do any stand-up, it really is hilarious. So dealing with 5 different elected officials who all have different needs, you always made me feel like whatever we shared was your top priority to get it done. And we've only been able to work together for a couple of years, but it has been super fun, and it also has been very productive, which are 2 things that don't often go together. So Caroline, I certainly will miss you. I do have your number. I'm not going to bother you, but, well, let me just roll that back. I'm going to try not to bother you, but I certainly will miss you. And I wish you all the very, very best in whatever is next for you. And congratulations to your family for getting you back.
I'm newest here, and I spent the least amount of time with you, but the time that I spent with you has been so enjoyable. But I really, truly appreciate your wealth of knowledge. I know you've contributed so much over these past 2 decades, but I want to be very clear about my gratitude on behalf of the people of District 1 around the work that you did to help us move ahead, move forward the solutions related to the Tijuana River. They have made a tremendous impact in the progress we have made so far. So I'm truly going to miss you, and most importantly, Dasha's parents. Dasha's my doctor.
2026, we commend Caroline Smith and declare this day Caroline Smith Day throughout San Diego County.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, thank you so much for those incredibly kind words and for allowing me to be the implementation arm of your policy making. It has been incredibly impactful for me because not just as a San Diego native, but my sister Courtney and I think, Mom, we're the 5th generation on your side of the family born in San Diego. My son is the 6th. And so having a front row seat to your leadership and how you guided this region and served your constituents has been such an honor for me. So thank you so much for making me part of your process. And specifically to your chiefs of staff, to Paul and Work and Megan and Dante and Darren, thank you so much for your partnership and your friendship as we translated the policy into operations and back up again so that we were truly implementing your vision. Deputy, thank you for being the best boss and the best friend. You guide this enterprise with grace and integrity and purpose, and we're so incredibly lucky that you are at the helm. And I am excited to get some time back with my family. You all have been patient and graceful as I've poured my heart and soul into public service for 20 years. So looking forward to having the gift of time with you all. And finally to the county team, those of you in the room and the 20,000 beyond, the passion and dedication that you show up with every day in the name of public service has been an inspiration to me for 20 years. Supporting you and your work has been my why and the greatest privilege of my career. So Supervisor Wasserbringer and Supervisors, thank you so much for this honor, this proclamation, but more importantly for the honor of serving residents of San Diego County.
Today, it's my honor to present this proclamation along with my colleague, Vice Chair Montgomery Staff, to honor the County City Commission on the Status of Women and Girls in celebration of Women's History Month. For more than 5 decades, the Commission has addressed critical issues impacting women and girls, including domestic violence, homelessness, human trafficking, child care and home care services, education and employment opportunities, medical and health services, welfare and social services, elder care and fraud prevention, sexual discrimination, and prejudice. The Commission played a central role in advancing the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the CEDAW organization. representing a landmark commitment from the County of San Diego to gender equity, data-driven policy, and inclusive governance. The Commission's service reflects a deep commitment to public service, gender equity, and the well-being of women and girls throughout San Diego County. Please.
Good morning again, everyone. Very proud to be here this morning honoring the San Diego County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls. This commission was created because the many challenges faced by women and girls in our county have too often been ignored and overlooked. If we cannot see and identify an issue, we cannot fix it. And when we do see and identify an issue, we have a responsibility and a moral obligation to rectify it. Their stories and perspectives need to be told so that when county policies and programs are being developed, we do it in a way that is equitable to women and girls. We must continue to work together to promote gender equity, and with that, I will read the final line. Be it proclaimed by Chair Tara Lawson-Remer and all members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 24th day of March 2026, that they commend the San Diego County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the residents of San Diego County, and do hereby declare this day to be San Diego County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls Day throughout San Diego County.
Chair Lawson-Remer, Vice Chair, and Supervisors, on behalf of the San Diego County Commission on the Status of Women and Girls, thank you for this recognition and for the county's continued commitment to advancing equity for the women and girls who live, work, and raise families in our region. This proclamation is especially meaningful during Women's History Month. It reminds us that the progress that we celebrate today is the result of generations of women and allies who work to ensure that public policy reflects fairness, dignity, and opportunity for all. The county's adoption of the CDOT ordinance represents a landmark moment for San Diego. It affirms that gender equity is not only a value, but a framework for good governance. Through data, collaboration, and thoughtful policy evaluation, CDOT helps ensure that county programs and decisions consider the real lived experiences of women and girls across our communities. We are grateful to the commissioners whose leadership helped advance this effort. Chair Emeritus, Jenny Chris, Chair Emeritus and CDOT Advisor Precinct, Johnny Monsuti, Nadia Farju, Dr. Rebecca Boyce, Melinda Vasquez, Deja Cabrera, Diane Bell, Leah Goodwin, Teresa Snaros, and Sherry Ludwig. Their advocacy, partnership, and commitment helped bring this important ordinance forward. Since its establishment in 1975, the Commission has served as an advisory board to the board on issues affecting women and girls, from economic opportunity and education to safety, health, housing, and justice. Our work continues to elevate the voices and experiences of women throughout San Diego County. We are deeply grateful to the Board of Supervisors for your leadership and partnership in advancing policies that strengthen families, communities, and opportunity for all. Thank you for this recognition and for your continued commitment to the women and girls of San Diego County.
The third proclamation will be given by Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp, honoring the Women's History Month. Accepting the proclamation will be Dr. Maria Keckler and Yukio Snee and Selma.
Good morning again, everyone. I'm so honored to recognize 39 years of Women's History Month, a month dedicated to acknowledging the hardships and discrimination faced by women throughout history, and to celebrate their achievements, particularly when battling adversity. And speaking of adversity, today women are facing a series of interconnected challenges: economic instability, inequitable access to health care, and threats to democratic participation. And despite this, women continue to fight not just for themselves, but also for their communities. Today, we honor two who are here, but three leading women in San Diego County who are doing just that in their work in everyday lives. Maria Keckler and Yuriko Itazawa. We honor Maria, the co-founder and CEO of Pivotal Empathy, Inc., and co-founder of the Healthcare Empathy RX Lab at San Diego State University. Maria is a pillar of our community and bridges empathy, cultural intelligence, and behavioral science to develop more empathetic practitioners and leaders in San Diego County. We honor Yuriko, a software engineer, mother, immigrant, dedicated Padres fan, and community volunteer. Through raising her wonderful daughter, Sam, who also happens to be a policy advisor in my office, and volunteering with Safe Sleep San Diego Rescue Mission, and PATH, Yuriko inspires all to remember that even small acts of kindness can make a meaningful difference for each other and our communities. We also honor Emily Green Lake, who cannot be here today because she is competing in an international pizza competition in Vegas this week. Emily is the owner of Sisters Pizza and Little Sisters Pizza, two beloved Hillcrest and North Park landmarks that serve as a vibrant gathering place, recognized for both their New Jersey-style pizza and advocacy for the LGBTQ+ and other marginalized communities, like foster youth and neighbors wrongfully detained in the legal immigration process. As we commemorate this 39th year of Women's History Month, let us honor and celebrate the women who paved the way, the women leading today, and the generations who will continue to break barriers. And with that, I will present the proclamation being proclaimed by Chair Tara Lawson-Remer and all members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 24th day of March 2026, and we commend Maria Keckler, PhD, Emily Green Lake, Yuriko Snee Itazawa for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the residents of San Diego County, and do hereby declare this month to be Women's History Month throughout San Diego County. Congratulations.
I am very honored to be here. I've been in San Diego for the majority of my life, and the longest place I've lived, apart from my native Mexico City. I am grateful to be able to serve this community through our work. We know that one thing that we all share in common here, no matter where we come from, is that sooner or later we will be patients, and so will the people that we love. And when we find ourselves in a situation with a diagnosis, when we need care, what we're going to hope is that the person looking at our case at the foot of the bed has not let their empathy erode, so that we can be treated as human beings. And so that is our work, and I'm excited to be part of San Diego.
Thank you so much. I am truly honored to be here and to be part of this amazing community. I couldn't do this without the support of my daughter and my husband. They are always by my side. Sam, Mike, thank you so much. Thank you.
fourth proclamation will be given by Chairperson Aguirre honoring Homegirls del Corazon. Accepting the proclamation will be Maria Elena Freeman Mende.
Good morning, everyone. Today I'm honored to recognize an organization that represents what community care, resilience, and transformation truly looks like in action. We are here to uplift and celebrate Homegirls del Corazon, a program grounded in lived experience and dedicated to walking alongside women and young people as they navigate healing and growth. This recognition is not just about a program, it's about the power of second chances, of community-led solutions, and of investing in people who are too often overlooked. Homegirls del Corazon was founded from the lived experience of Maria Elena Freeman Lindy, whose own healing journey became the foundation for something much bigger, creating spaces where women and youth feel seen, supported, and empowered. Through a trauma-informed and healing-centered approach, Homegirls del Corazon serves women and youth from communities that have been disproportionately impacted by poverty, violence, addiction, gang involvement, and incarceration. What makes their work especially powerful is where they show up. From women's recovery programs to community initiatives like the Juvenile Justice Leadership Academy, and even inside facilities like the East Mesa Juvenile Detention Facility and the Youth Transition Campus. They are meeting youth where they are, and some of them at the most critical moments of their lives. And just as importantly, they're cultivating leadership. They're helping develop credible messengers, peer mentors, and advocates, individuals who will go on to uplift others and strengthen their communities. Homegirls del Corazon embodies the very best of leadership and a deep commitment to community. I'd like to pause and acknowledge something that isn't said enough. This work is hard. It asks us to show up every single day with empathy, patience, and unwavering belief in people. That is exactly the type of leadership we should all strive to uplift and replicate. And it's leaders like Maria and so many women like her who do this work without recognition, often behind the scenes, quietly transforming lives. Today we make that work visible. Today we honor it, and today we commit to uplifting it. It is truly an honor for us to recognize your impact here today. So at this time, I would read the final portion of the proclamation. Whereas the County of San Diego is committed to recognizing and honoring those individuals and organizations that are dedicated to the best ideals of public service, and Homegirls del Corazon is one such worthy organization. Now therefore be it proclaimed by Chair Tara Lawson-Remer and all members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 24th day of March 2026, that they commend Homegirls del Corazon for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and do hereby declare this day to be Homegirls del Corazon Day throughout San Diego County.
Good morning, everyone. We want to thank the County Board of Supervisors for recommending us for this proclamation and for carrying our voices when many times it's not heard. We also want to thank the County Board of Supervisors for inviting their inner child to play with our inner child today. There's many times when we don't get to address those moments in our experience that have caused a lot of harm, not only within ourselves, but within our communities. So it's been really important with Homegirls del Corazon is to create a space for our women to come together, to begin to lead conversations that are really deeply needed, but also bring the elephant into the room. Because when we talk about trauma, people normally get on their cell phone, they gotta go check out emails, they don't want to deal with it, and I get it. But what I've learned from my own experience and with the support of an amazing team and family and the community that have embraced us, that healing is needed in San Diego, in our San Diego communities. voices are needing to be heard, but our traumas don't have different colors, they don't have different viewpoints, they don't have different skin textures. Trauma and feelings are real, and we all carry them. And we all come out of a time of COVID where we've all experienced some form of trauma. So we can now all engage in these deep, needed conversations. So my little girl within me, little Marielena, who I love to take out on dates and spend time with her, she needed that growing up. I can now invest that into her. And we now invest that into each other, and we invest that into our youth, whether they're out here on the community or within juvenile facilities. We want to know that these voices are going to be heard. So it's really important that we committed to 2026. We're going to get loud. And so we want to thank you for creating this opportunity and for just loving on us the way that we've needed, and we want to be able to pour and love on you as a community. So thank you from our inner child.
Supervisor Anderson today to recognize the invaluable work of the San Diego County Public Defender's Office. The Sixth Amendment to the United States Constitution guarantees the right to legal counsel for every individual accused of a crime. The landmark Supreme Court decision of Gideon versus Wainwright, decided in March 1963, reaffirmed that this right extends to all, regardless of financial means. As we mark the anniversary of this historic decision each March, we celebrate an office that embodies this promise every single day. Public defenders ensure that underserved communities are not overlooked or silenced in systems that were not historically designed with them in mind. They stand as a critical voice for those who might otherwise go unheard, advocating fiercely, leveling the playing field, and making certain that every individual is seen, heard, and afforded the full measure of justice. Since its founding in 1988, the San Diego County Public Defender's Office has provided client-centered, high-quality legal representation to our community. Their commitment ensures that due process, fairness, and the rule of law remain accessible to all residents of San Diego County. The San Diego County Public Defender's Office delivers this through its distinct branches: the primary and alternate public defender offices, the multiple conflicts office, and the office of assigned counsel, ensuring every person receives expert, compassionate legal representation. The public defender's office also plays a critical role in advocating for our most vulnerable populations: youth in the juvenile justice system, children and families in dependency proceedings, and individuals facing immigration challenges, including unaccompanied migrant children. By going the extra mile, especially for youth from underserved communities, through intensive case management, mentorship, and connections to vital resources, The office helps create pathways to better life outcomes while guiding families through complex legal systems, advancing not just justice, but opportunity, equity, and human dignity. Their dedication goes beyond legal representation. They're tireless champions of justice, equity, and systemic improvement. This is why the County of San Diego declares this week as San Diego Public Defender Week. It is not only a time to recognize the extraordinary dedication of these professionals, it is a moment to reaffirm our county's unwavering commitment to justice and fairness, and to honor the indispensable role public defenders play in protecting the rights, dignity, and voices of every member of our community. And while we set aside this week for recognition, their impact calls for our gratitude and support every single day. On behalf of the County of San Diego, I extend our heartfelt gratitude and recognition to the San Diego County Public Defender's Office. Your work strengthens the foundation of our justice system and exemplifies the highest ideals of public service. And with that, I am honored to introduce my good friend and colleague, Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you, Supervisor Aguirre. I'm honored to join Supervisor Aguirre in recognizing the San Diego County Public Defender's Office. Joining us today to accept the proclamation is Paul A. Rodriguez, the head of the Office of Public Defenders. Paul and his amazing team work tirelessly to uphold the principles of equal justice and ensure that everyone has access to legal representation. Without public defenders, there is no justice. We only have justice when both sides are fairly represented. Thank you to Paul and your outstanding leadership and your entire team. The addition of the Office of Public Defenders extends its impact beyond the courtroom throughout their outreach initiatives that help strengthen the trust in the legal system and promoting equal justice throughout the county. We are proud to have such a distinguished department serving the residents of San Diego County, and we deeply value its continued commitment to justice and community. Now I'd like to read the last paragraph of the proclamation, be it proclaimed by Chair Tara Lawson-Reamer and all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 24th day of March 2026, that they commend the San Diego County Public Defender's Office for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and we here do declare this week to be San Diego Public Defenders Week throughout San Diego County.
You know, I'm a little speechless. That's not very common for a lawyer that receiving this award.
Hey, those are my notes.
Oh, I have to first thank Supervisor Aguirre and Supervisor Anderson for sponsoring this proclamation. We are deeply honored to be receiving this recognition. I have to say that nobody does this very difficult work alone. Standing with me today are staff in the Public Defender's Office, attorneys, investigators, paralegals, litigation specialists, trial support specialists, volunteers, IT staff, HR staff, administrative staff, all of whom come together with one common goal, and that's to provide a zealous representation to every client assigned to us, and to ensure access to justice, and of course look out for the most vulnerable individuals in all of our communities. In a word, if I have to boil it down to one thing, the work that we do at the Public Defenders is about justice. It is about ensuring that every person is treated equally under the law. And to some, that may be an ideal. That may be something that we aspire to. But not us. Not us at the San Diego Public Defender's Office. Every day, in every corner of our county, countless staff from our department represent individuals who are not heard or seen the way everyone should be. It is my distinct privilege to accept this proclamation. And I read somewhere that towards justice. I will humbly add that if it does, it is because of individuals like these standing with me today who work in our department, who not only aspire to it, but demand it every single day. Thank you so much to our County Board of Supervisors for this proclamation, to Supervisor Aguirre and Supervisor Anderson for sponsoring it and for supporting our department. Thank you so much.
Be here today as we recognize Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month. I want to thank Bob Lehman, Christine Jones, Charlene O'Keefe, Leisha Shaw, Monica Hernandez, Renee Rickes, and Marissa Rosales for joining us today on behalf of the Commission for Arts and Culture. Bob and his fellow commissioners are fantastic advocates for the arts in San Diego County. And I'm excited to have them here today as we honor this occasion. The arts are not just entertainment. They are a fundamental part of our human experience. Arts and culture contribute significantly to our economy, creating jobs, driving tourism, and fueling innovation. During Art, Culture, and Creativity Month, we celebrate artists, creatives, and cultural organizations who play a vital role in strengthening our communities. By acknowledging the importance of art, we help preserve the legacy and enriches, inspires, and connects generations to come. For these reasons, I am proud to present this proclamation honoring Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month. I'd like to read the last paragraph. It says, be it proclaimed by Chair Lawson Weimer and all the members of San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 24th day of March 2026 that they commend the San Diego County Arts and Culture Commission for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County. And we hereby declare this month of April to be Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month throughout San Diego County.
I'm Bob Lehman, the Vice Chair of the San Diego County Arts and Culture Commission. As the state of California prepares to celebrate Arts and Culture Creativity Month this April, thank you to the County of San Diego Board of Supervisors for the proclamation recognizing the importance. On behalf of the Commission, we are grateful for your leadership and uplifting a sector that is vital to our region's identity, economy, and quality of life. Arts and culture are not only a powerful economic driver, supporting jobs, tourism, and small businesses, they are also a key reason people choose to visit San Diego County, and ultimately why so many decide to call it home and raise their families here. This recognition affirms the essential role creativity plays in building vibrant, connected, and thriving communities across San Diego County. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Okay, thank you. Final proclamation will be given by Supervisor Desmond honoring Women's First Step House in North County. Acceptance proclamation will be Kira Cassidy.
Well, good morning, everyone. It is my honor to welcome and recognize the Women's First Step House of North County, led by President Kira Cassidy and her incredible team here today. Thanks for coming all the way down to San Diego here. So on behalf of the County of San Diego, we're very proud to celebrate an organization that truly reflects compassion, resilience, and strength of community. The Women's First Step House of North County stands as a beacon of hope, offering women a safe place to pause, heal, and to begin again. We are grateful for their life-changing work that you do every day. Since opening their doors in 2021, this remarkable volunteer-run organization has provided more than 550 women with a free, supportive pathway toward sobriety. Alcohol touches every corner of our community. Alcoholism touches every corner of our community, affecting families, friendships, and futures. In North County, this organization is helping to restore all three, one woman at a time, by rebuilding confidence, renewing purpose, and strengthening the fabric of our community. As they celebrate their 5 years of service, later this month, we commend their unwavering commitment to public health and to the community well-being. Their work reminds us that recovery is possible, and that their hope, when shared, it can really transform lives. So whereas the County of San Diego, we're very proud to honor and recognize organizations that exemplify the highest ideals of public service, the Women's First Step House of North County is one such organization. So therefore, be it proclaimed by all the members of the San Diego County Board of Supervisors on this 24th day of March 2026, that we commend the Women's First Step House of North County for their outstanding service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of San Diego County, and to hereby declare this day to be Women's First Step House of North County Day throughout San Diego County. So I'm going to, Kira, we've got a proclamation here. You want to hand it off, and you want to say a few words? Okay, great. Thanks for making the trip.
Thank you. All right, thank you for taking time to recognize the importance of women, alcoholism, and recovery. It's a life gift that we are able to offer women. I would also love to express our gratitude to County Supervisor Tim Desmond and the rest of the supervisors for this honor today. It's incredible for us to be up here and receiving this, so thank you very much. Yeah. I would also love to introduce the team that's here with us today. We have many board members, founding board members, we have alumni, and we have our resident chef. So you can look us up. That is Erin Aswalini, Susie Lampy, Nan Garms. We have Pam Cervais, we have Bobby Cran, Sue Rossi, and we have Heather Van Ocean. Together, we're part of a large volunteer
13. We're a volunteer-run organization. We have one employee. She is the resident cook. And we are open 365 days a year for women who are in need of help. We offer a free 10-day stay for women. It's amazing. They come in and they have lost hope in life. Many have lost their children. They've lost their financial security. They've lost their houses. They've lost their jobs. What we offer them is a chance of hope. We introduce them to sobriety. We share with them experience, strength, and hope that they too can live a life in sobriety, one day at a time. When women enter our home, something magical happens. Shame turns into safety. Isolation turns into community. And they, for the first time, are able to see healing and hope like they've never seen it before. What a gift. We have one alumni about to share her story. She came in, she had lost custody of her 2 kids, she had lost her job as a property manager, and she lost her house. Her life was over in her mind. She came in, she heard stories of experience, strength, and hope from women who had had experiences just like her, and she chose recovery. She chose to become our resident cook. She quickly got access to custody of her kids back. She got her job, she got a house, and she most recently got her real estate license exam. It's incredible what we offer women, that chance at life again. So with that, what I'd love to do is recognize that we are celebrating 5 years of our upstanding service this Saturday with a wonderful celebration. And we would love to offer and say, if you know a woman struggling with alcohol, please share that we exist. A free 10-day stay, no insurance required. We are here for you, for your family members, for our community. If you're a woman in recovery and you're looking for service opportunities, we welcome you. Please look at our website. We would love to teach you how we share experience and strength and hope with women in need. And so with that, what I would like to do is thank you again for this proclamation presentation. We are amazingly honored, and we would love to have all of you just make sure to share the words, to share the message. Recovery exists, it is possible, and with that, there is hope. So thank you.
I just want to say it's just wonderful when you see volunteers stepping up in the community and taking these types of things on and knowing where the need is and where it's required and stepping up and doing it. Just thank you very much for all that you do for the community. Thank you.
Additionally, all remarks and questions must remain on topic during the duration of your speaking
Boston Reaver, we have 19 requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda. 9 individuals in person and 10 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial in the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, and we'll now randomly select the first 5 speakers in person. All the remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. As your name is called, please come forward and stand when the arrows is filled. It is your turn to speak at the podium. You will have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals: Marita Javier, Brian Lafferty, Debbie Foster. They'll be followed by the 2 remaining individuals in person, Michael Brando and allegedly Audra. Please come forward.
Artists can be exposed to many hazards, including metals, such as lead, phylogeny, such as silica, hail, heat, repetitive motion, radiation, and toxic emissions from towns. And these exposures have not been well characterized among athletes, although limited influence available from commercial activities. Adverse health effects may be represented by using mysteries such as lead-free glasses, improve ventilation, and proper work practices. The precautions must be in place if children
Just be disciplined.
Next speaker, please.
So, Madam Chair and County Board of Supervisors, I have a statement that I just wanted to read to you.
You have to say your name.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's Debbie Foster. Members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Debbie Foster, and I'd like to address the current vacancy on the Ramona Cemetery Board of Trustees. I want to make both the County Board of Supervisors and the public aware that this seat has been vacant since December and has yet to be filled. As a result, the board is operating with only 2 trustees, which creates a significant risk of deadlock on key decisions. This not only limits the board's ability to function effectively, but also places the cemetery and public confidence in it at risk. It's important to emphasize that the cemetery itself is financially stable and doing well. However, operating with an incomplete board can create the opposite impression, making it appear as though the organization is struggling when that is not the case. I am not in a position to speak the reasons why the seat has remained unfilled. However, prolonged vacancies can create conditions where a well-functioning organization appears unstable or in need of outside intervention. That perception matters. It really does matter. Especially as discussions continue regarding potential structural changes, including a possible merger with another district. With an ad hoc committee already evaluating the possibility of a merger with the water district, it is important that any conclusions or recommendations be made with a fully
properly functioned cemetery board in place. Decisions of that magnitude could reflect the cemetery's true condition and include the full voice of its governance. To my knowledge, there is no precedent in San Diego County for a special cemetery district merging with another district. That makes it especially important that any decisions about the future of the cemetery are based on accurate representation and not circumstances created by an incomplete board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please. And I understand that allegedly Audrey wants to speak tomorrow, so I'll call the fifth speaker today, Nina Sarkisova.
Good morning. My name is Brian Lafferty. I am a county employee. I work at the medical examiner. I'm a proud member of SA Local 221, and I'm also a union steward. So last year, as part of our contract, the county agreed to have a study done to see how much it would cost the county to move everyone in Tier D to Tier C and get rid of Tier D. And we were told that I'm on the retirement committee. We were told back in November that study would be available around December-ish. That's what we were told. It is now almost the end of March, and so Tier D has had a negative impact on recruiting and retention. If someone were to start working for the county at 18 years of age, they'd have to work until they are 80 years old to get 100%. This is an issue that is very big for our members. And that is why I have here petitions signed by our members demanding the county deliver its cost study by June 24th of this year, 1 year after the ratification of our contract. Like I said, I cannot stress enough, Tier D is bad for everybody. It has negatively impacted recruitment and retention. And county employees deserve to retire in dignity. And we ask that the county stop dragging their feet and deliver that cost study. And those petitions, by the way, will be delivered to the clerk of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Two of these today, Michael. Yeah, I got two of these. I want to talk about two things today, jurisdiction and what you label behavioral health. When I walked in the building today, I said to one who works here, "Oh, you're still here." And I said, I thought you were gone. And the person said, "No, I'm still here. I thought you had given up on all the pain and suffering going on here." And I said, "I don't come here for the pain and suffering, although that's what is emanated from this board, the hypocrisy. The hypocrisy of every topic under the sun." And it was interesting watching all the rigmarole this morning with the proclamations, how it seems so wonderful and so eloquent and heartfelt that people are giving recognition, and I'm sure these people are doing some very good things. But underneath this whole substance, the foundation, which is a rotten foundation of this board, absolute unconsciousness and insanity. Some people call that evil. I'm still wearing this shirt from 5 years ago because people are still dying from the bioweapon serum injection. And so many of you like to criticize Trump, and I'm no Trump fan, but he's the one who continues to lie about this and says that it saved millions of lives, when again, in our inverted reality, the exact opposite has happened. I would play something, I think I will play it, because it kind of sets the tone for today.
Okay, I'm just giving you a little opportunity. We sit here and we can see there like all day long. I know we never get to see the stuff that's really going on. We just sit here and have theater all day. Okay.
Yeah, theater, and I know, Tara, you're on your way out. Apparently because of some alleged pregnancy. That's going on online. Talk about that. So it's interesting that you're trying to get out of here like so many people have successfully done.
My name is Dina Sarasova. Thank you for having me. I've never spoken before. I wanted to let you know that next week marks the 7th anniversary of my son being kidnapped by his father. My son and I to be arrested. My son was put into Polinsky Children's Center. And I was let go right after he was released to his father and taken out of state. And I've been fighting for some sort of justice nonstop all these years. The county finally admitted that there were irregularities in how they handled the investigation. Because I found a letter in his Polinsky file, in my son's Polinsky file, that predates the day that he was entered into Polinsky by 6 days. 6 days ahead of him being brought there, they were already researching what his medical coverage was. And after all this, HHS Operations Compliance determined that my complaints were unfounded. My son is being treated like he doesn't deserve justice. Please conduct an independent review of who was waiting for my son to be brought there, please. Thank you for listening.
We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. Again, in accordance with the board's rules, we'll hear from the first 5 callers. The remaining callers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments. We will start with our first caller.
Paul Bowe, you just heard it again. Polinsky is a shithole. Now, Met flags included excessive geographic clustering of hospices, long durations of services for patients, rates of living patients, and age-based possibly using stolen items. It often involves stolen used to falsely enroll patients. In one case, a 69-year-old woman was denied coverage for physical therapy because Medicare records showed that she was dying in hospice. Per CBS News, red flags for fraud included dense concentration of hospice companies. Nearly 500 were operating within a 3-mile radius in LA. 89 companies were found to be registered to a single building on Van Nuys Boulevard. 72 of which reportedly showed multiple signs of fraud. Almost 40 of the companies shared key personnel, something that state auditors consider to be a potential red flag for fraud. Federal records indicate that regulators visited multiple suites in the building between 21 and 2025. When CBS News attempted to reach 56 hospice officers whose same federal data indicated
endorse the lead president and founder of Los Angeles Alliance for Animals. Andrew Strong is one of the worst deputy CAOs for public safety groups as it relates to animal welfare, and an instrument of lawlessness, corruption, and I'm glad that we continue to have mounting evidence that Andrew Strong has allegedly been untruthful to his boss, the Board of Supervisors, that everything is okay with NDAS when it is not. Not to forget Kathleen Flannery and Holly Porter, who also NDAS. Most alarming are the recent allegations that horses previously confiscated due to suspect neglect, according to Andrew Strong, and DA Summer Stephan have now been returned to Deborah Barkley, not to mention a long-lived history of documented neglect towards those horses and dogs. If true, on what basis, Tara, were these animals deemed safe to return? And who is being held accountable that these animals have now once again been placed back into harmful conditions? I'm glad that the American people continue to be presented by factual, undeniable evidence that animal abuser, Supervisor Tara Larson-Leamer, continues to engage in serious allegations of aiding and abetting criminal animal cruelty, and Tara and Summer Stephan's passion for protecting mentally ill boarders ruling our county who create a serious child endangerment within our municipalities. If Tara, Andrew, Kathleen, Summer Stephan, and incompetent Eric Bonner have an ounce of decency within your bones, you would resign today. Thank you so much for your time. Pam, my nexus, abortion is murder. The county jurisdiction, sanctuary for the murder of human babies. Girls and women usually have an idea of when conception occurs. Most seek medical attention when the provider settles the date of conception, validating the pregnancy, and sets the due date for the birth of the baby. Therefore, the determination of pregnancy affirms the point of conception is the beginning of a new human life, not just a clump of cells. Otherwise, why does the mother choose death or life for her baby? A current pregnancy confirms female is the sex capable of pregnancy. This is regardless of subjective gender identity, label, or title, such as non-binary, pansexual, trans man, etc. There are two sexes in which one can become pregnant. Men cannot ever be pregnant no matter the amount of makeup or number of ugly dresses they wear or hormones they ingest or surgeries they undergo. Girls and women pretending to be boys or men are not male, therefore they are capable of pregnancy as a female. The monthly average number of abortions in America in 2025 was over 98,000 per month in America. These numbers reflect dead babies. The right for life, liberty, and happiness is erased by abortion, by murder. Democrats will confuse girls and women with the lie abortion is reproductive health care. Where is the sanctuary for the babies? Swallow, and the goal is to get rid of our species. Anyways, for every problem in society, there's an agency, a government-funded agency, there to collect money and say they're trying to solve it. But what we've actually learned, is that every single one of these problems has become lucrative. From homelessness to child welfare to the carbon footprint to medical services and on and on. And when problems become profitable, there is no real incentive to solve them. Take the medical industry, for example, $1 trillion cancer industry. There's no incentive to find a cure when managing the illness is already generating billions. And there's several cures, so out there, people just need to look. People have become so dependent, so trusting, that they've forgotten to question the source of all of these lucrative problems. Any guesses? I'll give you a hint. The very word itself, when broken down, means to control the mind. Govern, control, meant, mind. Words matter. They always have. And the truth is often hiding in plain sight. Here in San Diego County, one of the most overused words is transparency. But what we've come to see is that these agencies, from the county to SANDAG and beyond, are anything but transparent, especially within the school board, where children are being encouraged to keep secrets from their own parents, serious things, life-altering things. We're dealing with corrupt judges, compromised lawyers, shady politicians, conflicts of interest galore politicians, I should say, everywhere we look. And instead of confronting this corruption head-on, people are being distracted, manipulated, pushed to focus on things they have zero control over. Meanwhile, what's happening right here on our own soil gets ignored. I look forward to the day people stop falling for the distractions and start paying attention.
Gambler here. Well, it looks like we got 6 months. 6 months until I need to figure out a way to go ahead and remove this restraining order. I never once threatened, never once did any of that. All I want you to do is go ahead and fix the problems that you claim that you want to fix. But in order for you to do that, you must recognize where the problems stem from. Why you have no money for the infrastructure. Why you encourage big business, big corporations to build subdivisions so that you can no longer take control of those roads. That's why we have all of these friggin' communities. The way rules of the wazoo. People don't have control over their land anymore because you require them to go ahead and fix the roads in front of their houses. We can go ahead and end all that right now by turning our waste into profit. You could take Julian Brown's technology today, as it is, and start recycling our plastic, turning it into fuel, which is a lot cleaner than the fuel that comes from the ground, and turn the byproduct into graphene, which could strengthen our roads in full. It could give us the money to go ahead and fix all the roads that you refuse to fix because no one is building. Why don't you be honest with the people for one day and tell them what the hell is going on, and then there is real solution. But no, you're too busy searching for the grant from people that are willing to go ahead and cheat from us, steal our money, just so that you can pat yourself on the back. Now, I don't want to sue you. I don't want to sue the county. Going to force me to do?
Thank you. Public communications this morning. Again, I'll remain because we are at the conclusion of today's session.
Thank you so much. I had a question actually for our CEO based on some of the public comments that was interesting. So there was a comment on the study, the fiscal study, the Tier D study, and apparently we're behind on getting the study. I just wanted a little more clarity. What was going on? Where's that study?
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to address the Tier D study. The Tier D study, we began drafting it after the MOU was negotiated with SEIU, went through draft iterations, which is the December date that was mentioned. There was a draft that was being formulated. The report itself was finalized and sent to your offices on Friday, and we anticipate more discussion on the report.
But has it been sent to them?
Not yet.
Okay. It's done, but it has not been shared with them. Yeah. So it sounds like it's in route. That's right. Okay, great. That's a great update. Good to know. I'm glad we're holding it right in the markets. Thank you so much. Any other comments on public comment from my colleagues? Okay, great. Next item on our agenda is approval of the minutes and statements of proceedings for the session from March 10 to March 11. Is there a motion to approve? Okay, a motion by Supervisor Anderson and a second by Vice Chair Mark Steph. Please vote.
much. I do have a comment on item number 6. It's being done here to strengthen and modernize our behavioral health system. Also want to thank county staff for their diligence to get us to this point. The fact is that framework within what you just said, today marks the first step in elevating DHS to a standalone department. The county's behavioral health needs have grown dramatically since our system was designed more than 30 years ago. This transformation will allow us to expand treatment capacity, strengthen care coordination, and advance a care before crisis model. This item is about building a system that is more responsive and better equipped to meet the growing needs of our community, and that does conclude our comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairperson Adjeri.
Thank you. I'd like to pull item 3.
Okay, item 3 has been pulled. We will take item 3, that's a sheriff item. So if you could please let us, our Kelly know, or Sheriff Martinez know, that we'll take that item right before 18, so that kind of all of our budget questions are taken together. So we'll do item 3, then we'll do the time certain item 19, which is the budget items, and then we'll move into truth after that. Okay, thank you so much. Any other comments or items to pull? Okay, we'll move to public comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair Lassenberger. We have 19 requests to speak on items on the consent agenda, 8 in person and 11 requesting to speak by phone. As a reminder, item 3 was pulled from the consent agenda for discussion, so any individuals that requested to speak on item 3, please hold your comments until the board discusses that item. We'll receive public comment on that item separately. Any individuals that requested to speak on the remaining items in the consent agenda by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it's your turn to speak at the podium. You will have 2 minutes to address the board. And I'll ask you to begin by stating your name for the audio record. Also, when speaking, please identify which item or items on the consent agenda you are speaking about. I'll be calling in groups of 3, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. I do invite for the first 3 individuals: Cesar Javier, allegedly Audra, and Brian Lafferty.
All right, so no, I don't think the district attorney should be getting any money for this Family Justice Center when she's engaged in human trafficking and, in fact, complicit in the attempted murder of Andrea Ebbing, trying to, make sure that she perishes in jail when she was held captive for 8 days, denied medical services. And you have a child abduction unit. You go and steal children from their families. So any money that you're going to be getting is not going to bring any kind of family justice. And your guys' human trafficking nonsense, it's crazy when you guys are human traffickers and you're saying that you're going to do any kind of combating of that. Your human trafficking unit is here with, and she even just sent out Alfredo to go talk to a mother, which is terrifying to think about when you guys are engaged in the abuse of children and the cover-up of sexual abuse. And in fact, Summer Stephan, you get pedophiles brought to you like information where you could charge them and you refuse to do it. So it's like, and you and your husband and your sister and all of these like shenanigans just to keep justice from happening and to protect your RICO racket. It is absurd that you guys want to sit here and virtue signal like you're doing anything. The Polensky Center should be shut down. It should have a long time ago. There shouldn't be decades of abuse of children. And you guys sit up here and you act like this. Cherry, you're pregnant. I called it last time too. Is that just a clump of cells? Like, what happens if there are women that sit there and are pregnant like you, terrified of your human trafficking unit coming and abducting their children? Just like when they came into the hospital to try and take Evelyn's twins, saying that there was neglect in the hospital. In the hospital, they're being neglected. And so your trafficking unit tries to come and get them and kidnap them. And because we said we want to talk to your boss, they refused.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Go ahead and call three additional speakers: Michael Brando, Dorian Gobu, and Mark. Call your name, please. And the final speaker will be Alicia Morris.
Mark Winfall.
Mark, I want to thank Audra for posting this documentary. I was on her side and still had no idea how corrupt CPS is until I saw this documentary. Never in America by Ryan Mata on Rumble.com and YouTube. Here's some bullet points about Child Protective Services. Provision in the law that they are required to file for a termination of parental rights. 2, the baby was left alone for long periods and baby 3, the hospitals and CPS get a lot of money as soon as the child is separated from the parents and no warrant is required. 4, police, doctors, and hospitals lie and the judge agrees in court and the newspapers what they say. 5, states put quotas on their caseworkers to find abuse accusations they can make. 6, the shelter care guarantee hides information on cases behind confidentiality laws and places gag orders on parents. A criminal has more rights than a parent in these courts. 7, at the direction of their county supervisors, CPS is a business which gets more money for removing more children. 8, the right for states to take your child began in 1974 with CAPTA, but few children were taken from their parents until 1997, when Adoption and Safe Families Act gave funding through the federal government and unlimited funding for hospitals through Medicare and Medicaid, making it extremely profitable. 9, under Title 4D of the Social Security Act, the federal government is essentially paying CPS agencies every time they accuse someone of abuse, whether the allegation is true or not. About 443,000 children were removed by CPS yearly, and state government gets reimbursements based on the rate of adoptions. 10, government, police, hospitals, and CPS have immunity for violating your constitutional rights to take your children. 11, every celebrity, politician, or independent journalist that tried to expose CPS has died, including Senator Nancy Schaefer of Georgia, who was shot dead in her home right before plans to release her documentary on CPS corruption to the International Criminal Court.
Thank you.
Good morning, Alicia Morrison. This is going to be for item 15 on the consent. Thank you for these appointments to the community, Lincoln Acres Community Sponsor Group. Thank you again, Supervisor Geary, for working to bring this to fruition for the community of Lincoln Acres and to this board for unanimously establishing this community sponsor group. We will work hard for the community of Lincoln Acres to be an advisory body, which is essential, an essential role in residential engagement, which is critical to have a formal voice for communities to have a chance to thrive and make positive change. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Good morning. 2 months ago, I was here asking for help.
Can you please state your name, sir?
Dorian. Asking for help to stop these drug dealers, criminals next door from releasing those poisonous gases towards our house. Nothing has been done. One single phone call I received for information. That's it. No more. This is done with the protection of Lieutenant Bakuis from the Communications Center, who made sure that he arrested me for calling the Sheriff's Department for help after threatening me not to call. Lieutenant threatening you not to call the Sheriff's Department. And he went farther. After I was arrested, he made sure that now a DA case is filed against me for doing nothing except calling the Sheriff's Department for help. If you can't help, I want to make a direct call to Ms. Sama Stefani. Please help. You don't know what happened. You are not informed. Everything stops below you. I attempted to contact you. I attempted to call Ms. Martinez, the sheriff. Nothing gets to her. It's handled below. No misconduct. Please help.
Just a reminder to please address your comments only to the board. Okay? Thank you very much. You can speak to us, but not to the staff or
I spoke to you, but you did nothing for 2 months.
Thank you.
So now, may I speak directly?
No.
No. Okay.
You're here and you can speak
So,
to the board,
Miss,
and that's.
Mr. Fan, please help.
Okay, sir,
Yes.
that's your last warning. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm leaving. Please do your job. That's all I'm doing.
Michael, two here. Okay, all right. Let's talk about 6 and 7, and Monica Montgomery Stepford's comment about behavioral health. These items are illegitimate, frankly, because of the underlying model. Care before crisis. Care before crisis. Well, who is it that actually facilitates and aids and abets emotional crises in this local area? And I just want to be sure and say it's not just the people sitting on the dais. It's actually staff members like Elizabeth here. It's actually what's her name? Kimberly Giordina, who got the hell out of here. I actually ran into her. It was good that she got out of here on her own terms, I believe. But yet we still have people in behavioral health like this Nadia Provera-Braun spreading misinformation sitting out here. I guess she's going to talk later. So no, just on that basis alone, those 2 items are invalid. I want to briefly address number 5. This is an unspeakable topic. Unspeakable topic. Why? Because there's so much more going on in our nation, and Tara will likely say, oh no, that's not our jurisdiction. But she's always going to talk about other things that aren't her jurisdiction when it suits her fancy. I want to mention the Jeffrey Epstein files in relationship to human trafficking. This board's never addressed that. The found in those files concerning things like human baby torture, children torture, sexual exploitation, even the mention of the unspeakable evil, unconsciousness, and insanity of adrenochrome. Adrenochrome, Jim, is unspeakable. The good news, though, is everything's coming to light, and it can't be stopped. And that's a good thing.
Thank you. Final call for Cesar Javier or Brian Lafferty. Not seeing any movement in the chamber. We're not here for those that requested to speak by phone. We'll start with our first call.
Well, 7, it's disappointing that the board letter does not go into pros and cons of United Behavioral Health Optum's performance. So I checked it out for you. Optum is a United Healthcare subsidiary. Optum is the evidence care. Just had to go 5 days without an antidepressant since they insisted on mailing me scripts, despite living only a short walk from a neighborhood pharmacy, unquote. From an insider, quote, Optum took over and implemented entire systems changes coupled with ineffective and cold management. This directly hindered employee performance and impacted the quality of client care, unquote. Do review. Do not renew. 5. You know all about trafficking, don't you? The county already has a multi-agency human trafficking task force. Collaboration between fed, state, and local law enforcement and the DA's office. What makes this so bad is that the amendment has an accused 3 people, victims, and no children, to less of 20. I would expect less of business, political argument about the abuse, not much from people who actually live it. The same round robin that's fostered current state of trafficking and with 8 SD County Commission. I like it that there is a provision where one can request to speak for over 3 minutes.
Consuelo, and speaking on 5, 6, 7, and 8. So let's start with 8. It was interesting listening to the proclamation for the Commission on the status of women and girls. The board can't even define what a woman is. And by the way, there's nothing loving about ignoring someone's delusion. Okay, now item 5, 6, and 7. These are just all results of the 6 systems. Item 5, commercial sexual exploitation of children. Item 6 and 7, behavioral health services. It's mind-blowing to witness all of this, with blinders off, I should say, just how complacent so many have become. But honestly, I can't even, it can't be that surprising because I understand. And it's just been orchestrated this way, seamlessly orchestrated. And it's layered like a totem pole. You've got the people at the bottom, the people in the middle, and the people at the top. And then you got the ones who designed the totem pole itself. So when I hear people talking about fixing the system and calling it out, I have to remind you the system was never meant to be fixed. It's running exactly how it was designed to run. For those of you who know better, whether you're sitting in the chambers or listening online or hearing this later, it is on each and every one of us to remind people humans were never meant to live like this. All living beings deserve better. Even if one being is suffering in the system, then all of us are suffering. That's so true. And right now, far too many are suffering. So we have to get to the point where we first acknowledge the truth. Nothing this county agency does is actually fixing problems. The solutions are always Band-Aids, and those Band-Aids benefit the pockets of the ones overseeing the corruption. And the hardest part for me is knowing that just how many people are suffering so deeply. We become so addicted to trauma, desensitized to helping people. But I also see some.
Hi, good morning, board. My name is Madison, and I'm speaking on items 6 and 7. I appreciate the county's work to strengthen behavioral health services and recognize how important it is to build a system that is responsive, accessible, and able to meet real needs across our communities. As behavioral health services becomes a standalone department, I hope that youth substance use prevention remains clearly recognized as a core part of behavioral health. Not just treatment after harm has occurred, but prevention before young people enter crisis. One area that deserves special attention is teen marijuana use. Evidence that adolescent marijuana use is linked to serious mental health concerns, including higher risks of anxiety, depression, suicidal thinking, and in some cases psychosis, especially because the teenage brain is still developing. Even what is often described as casual or occasional use can affect memory, motivation, learning, and emotional regulation. When we talk about behavioral health, prevention must include protecting young people from substances that can worsen mental health outcomes and create long-term challenges. That means making sure prevention education, early intervention, and youth-focused substance use services are fully integrated into this new behavioral health services structure. A stronger behavioral health system should not only respond when young people are already struggling, but also help prevent those struggles from taking root in the first place. Thank you for considering youth prevention as part of this important transition.
Thank you. Next caller.
Good morning. Peggy Walker, thank you. And yes to consent items 6 and 7. And respectfully, the expanded scope of work calls for no standalone behavioral health services contract applicating products sold throughout our county, including unauthorized psychotropic products sold in retail outlets, is affecting youth behavior. Data on juvenile offenders regarding marijuana use, for example, is available, but we need collective needs for the hundreds of others under 25 resulting from heightened use of marijuana and other intoxicating substances. Such data is essential to strengthening San Diego's social safety network, providing a comprehensive system for mental health and for substance use care. It's also needed to inform policy and meeting the goal of serving everyone in the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Hey, sure thing, my name, Ike 7. Donating contract with corrupt state, especially on the multi-billion-dollar fraud known as behavioral health. Everyone's been seeing the viral videos of all the different types of fraud going on with healthcare, not new since 2020, but specifically tied to the types of unchecked ideas the county has been pursuing. And you know, what comes to mind is, of course, the Harm Reintroduction Coalition, who had no contracts at all, going checked or audited, and having money go to surgery, plastic surgery, and cars going to Mexico, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you want to have more contracts doing probably the same thing. No thank you. Item 8, 75% of this board doesn't even know what a woman is. So how are you going to approve anything for a commission on women and girls? You celebrated CEDAW, which literally destroyed the definition of woman and the county's distorted, sick, perverted eyes. How dare you? Item 9, no to ugly, Soviet style, stack attack, luxury boxes and trolley stops to benefit MTS or union mafia-controlled boards with career grifters like Manuela's dog, Matthew Lego Gonzalez. Item 15, I support Alicia and Doyle Morrison's Relief and Acres group. However, is it appropriate for a husband and wife to both be on a group? Is that not slightly a conflict? No to Monta's choices, Gentella explains to the Commission on Women and Girls, a fellow lawyer. No to still single with no pump daddy, bumblers, terrorists. To the Commission on Women and Girls. How will marketing and political science help women or help anybody? Aren't those just synonyms for degrees and brain? Choices, DC Cruz to the Aging Advisory Council because she has a business. Home for care, home care all over the county, which may have experience, but also has a financial stake in saying yes to whatever this board pushes, which unfortunately isn't needed audit. So no to almost all of her appointments. On another note, please ensure your call-in line is working. Sometimes the number doesn't work, and today the audio is cut out for over 20 minutes.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Becky Raffin. I'd like to speak to items 5, 6, and 7. I appreciate the county's continued focus on addressing human trafficking, behavioral health concerns, and the importance of protecting vulnerable individuals in our community. The Advisory Council is incredibly important, as human trafficking is one of the most complex and devastating issues facing our communities, requiring coordination between law enforcement, service providers, educators, and survivor advocates. However, I want to emphasize a critical part of the conversation that must not be ignored, and that's drug prevention. Substance use is deeply connected with many of the challenges we are trying to address. It increases vulnerability, especially among youth, and is often used as a tool to control an exploitation. At the same time, it's a main contributor to our mental health crisis and homelessness. Traffickers often use drugs as a tool to recruit, control, and keep victims dependent. Youth who are already struggling with substance use are far more vulnerable to being targeted in the first place. Substance use can impair judgment, lower inhibitions, and create dependency, making it easier for traffickers to manipulate and control young people. As a result, youth struggling with substance use are at a significantly higher risk of being pulled into trafficking situations, making prevention and early intervention even more critical. So I encourage this board to ensure that drug prevention is fully integrated into this council strategy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. This is Ann Rill. I called in today to address consent item 8. I tried to understand what your final goal was for behavioral health services. And it seemed to be to provide care for those with mental health issue or substance use care. But I think it's important that we realize that behavioral health always has included prevention services. Some might say from a financial point of view, it has to be pivotal. It is, after all, prevention services that will reduce the risk factors that lead to mental health issues and substance abuse. And it helps interrupt the conditions that also create these problems. And so as we do our planning, prevention ought to be at the front of this. And we should remind ourselves, as the Truth Initiative, a premier nationwide prevention group in association with the NAACP, reminds us that early and heavy marijuana use is linked to a lack of economic and social attainment of young people. If ever there were conditions that would lead to poor mental health outcomes and further substance use, it would be early use of marijuana by our population. Thank you for letting me bring this concern, the need for prevention services, to be in a central location. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gambler here. All these issues stem from Proposition 13 when we decided to cut our own revenue stream to go ahead and... The problem is you don't have enough money to do creative ways that really end up hurting us. You're not looking for solutions because having a solution would cut that revenue stream. That's the fact. What I'm saying is that you no longer need to look for those revenue streams. We have 5 years on our landfill in Miramar. We can immediately take action today by immediately recycling that plastic and turning it into fuel. This could generate millions and millions of dollars where you don't have to chase grants. You don't have to look for the state's approval on this. It goes on everything that you can do as your position. But if you are puppets to someone else, you're going to ignore this. If you do not care about equality, you're going to ignore this. If you do not care about propping up a young black inventor, 17, in high school when he came up with this idea, you are part of the friggin' problem, Monica. You do not care about the black people at all. If you want to ignore Julia Brown's work, if you want to go in and try and use technology to 2 universities.
Just a reminder, you need to stay on topic. The topic of these items of your comments right now is the consent agenda. If your remarks are not pertinent and relevant to the consent agenda items, you will forfeit your time. You can continue. If you continue off topic, you will forfeit the remainder of your time.
Okay, so talking about getting stoned is okay, though. Or are we just being selective? Because this is on topic. You guys are looking for money to go ahead and fund projects that you're lacking money in, correct? This is...
Thank you. Chair Loss Freeman, that concludes public comments on the items in the consent agenda.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for everyone who took the time to have an opinion. We still need a motion in a second. Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Anderson and a second by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. Please vote.
Chair Loss Freeman, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, great. Thank you all so much. Okay, so we will now move on to discussion items. I'm going to outline a little bit first for my colleagues and for the public exactly how we're going to proceed with the agenda today. A few items are going to have to be moved because some are kind of certain. So My colleague, Chair Pro Tem Aguirre, pulled item 3 from consent, and that is highly related and relevant to item 18. So we will hear item 3 right before item 18. And so any items that are not heard prior to item 18 will be continued to tomorrow's agenda. And so I'm just trying to be clear for everyone. I know this is a lot of information, just so I'm then accordingly. Because item 18 is set for a time certain of 3, and item 3 needs to be heard before item 18, which means we'll probably have to get to item 3 around 2:10 or so. In order to get through item 3 to have time to item 18. Any items that are not heard before item 3 are going to be continued to tomorrow's agenda. So everyone following that so far? So that means that our order is number 19, 20, 21, and estimation is likely that the other items will likely get continued till tomorrow, and then will be 3, 18, 17. So again, 19, 20, 21, 3, 18, 17. Say it one more time, 19, 20, 21, 3, 18, 17. If items 19, 20, and 21 go quick, and we have time for another item before item 3, we will do that. And Chairperson Aguirre will definitely we all need to eat. So, if you would like to do lead your exercises at some point, I will absolutely join that. So thank you for that. Thank you for keeping the focus on the board. Okay, thank you so much. So we now move on to discussion item 19, establishing a county consumer fairness and public protection unit to protect residents and enforce the rules of the law using dedicated settlement funds. I'm going to make a couple remarks just to kick this off, because this is an item that I have introduced. I know there's a number of people who called in, and then we will have time for board discussion on this item. Great, thank you. So before I just wanted to thank the really dozens and dozens of collaborators who helped co-draft this proposal. This is not a proposal that something I thought of on my own. To be quite honest, it really came out of a lot of community discussions and in response to stakeholders who had been reaching out for years with concerns, and those concerns really reached a crescendo when Trump gutted the Consumer Financial Protection Division at the beginning of last year. I particularly really want to thank the AARP for their assistance and for their input. I'd like to thank Coast Law Group, Legal Aid, shout out, you all are amazing for the fight you bring to protect people in our community, and amazing for your wisdom and guidance in putting this together. Serving seniors, really grateful to the National Consumer Law Center, to St. Lieutenant Schreiber to stop the sewage. He has kept us laser focused on, the Tijuana crisis, the Tijuana River Coalition, Vet Art, Wild Coast Oil. Also, huge thank you to the UC Berkeley Consumer Law and Economic Justice Center, who've been incredible experts and thought partners. The Interfaith Worker Justice Center of San Diego County, CPI, Coast Law, the Yale Consumer Law Protection Unit that has been really supportive of the San Francisco City and County Attorney, as most of you know, it's one combined function there. And they've been really, really helpful, as well as folks up in San Francisco who launched that unit and been really helpful in helping think about how to structure this. People in Santa Clara who've been working on similar units. I just really wanted to say thank you to everyone. I can't take credit for this alone. It's really been a shared work of collaboration and input in trying to respond to the needs of our community that others have voiced and brought together. And so I just want to uplift that the spirit is not just in the drafting of this, but also this is passed today. I'm really hopeful that our county council can continue working with these really extraordinary partners, the dozens and dozens of community groups and experts. And then, you know, obviously the implementation would be in your hands. They're good, competent hands, but I'm sure that they will be good sounding boards as your work moves forward. So, you know, just kind of wanted to center that and not take credit for work that is shared. I think backing up big picture, why I have really prioritized is bringing this to you all today and proposing this is the really looking at how for many families in San Diego, the skyrocketing cost of living is compounded by everyday practices that quietly drain household income, the hidden fees, the deceptive pricing, the abusive debt collection, bad faith insurance denials, environmental predatory practices, dumping, and other unlawful conduct that makes it just so hard to buy and makes people struggle not only with affordability, but even with basic things like protecting their own public health and the health of their families. And when these unethical and exploitative practices go unchecked, they function as an invisible tax on working people, seniors, veterans, small businesses, making everyday life so much less secure. But when we enforce the rules and the fair rules of the marketplace, we protect people, we stabilize finances, we protect health, we protect safety, and we ensure that honest businesses are not undercut by those who break the law. No one should have to fight corporate abuses on their own. So this proposal would establish a consumer fairness and public protection unit within the Office of County Council to build out our capacity here in San Diego. The resources to do this really, fortunately, already exist. Our Consumer Protection Fund in our county has grown to over $220 million and is continuing to increase faster than it is being spent, which is an extraordinary, lucky opportunity that we have here in San Diego County, especially given the huge budget crisis and budget constraint that we are under otherwise, and the attack that we have been under for the last nearly year and a half in terms of the budget pressures we're facing. But we do have an opportunity, a moment to utilize the Consumer Protection Fund that is really only for this purpose. So this money exists for one purpose, and that is protect consumers. So this is why, really to fill this gap, and this critical gap, is why the state legislature explicitly recognized and expanded the civil enforcement capacity of county councils in 2021, because the state legislature recognized the enormous volume of challenges that people are facing every single day from so many sides and on so many levels, and the huge challenges of enforcement. So SB 461, which was passed and signed into law in 2021, allowed counties to step into this breach and to fill some of this gap. So just for some context, Los Angeles County has already established their own civil enforcement unit, Santa Clara County. We know that we're one of as I mentioned before, pioneering this work with San Francisco, which is a little bit different because it's a city and a county, but another very large county in the state of California. Our own county is one of the few remaining counties that has not already established such a unit. So the question is not whether it does. The question really that is, and I think that's why so many community groups have been so enthusiastic and so supportive about building out this capacity. This unit will complement and amplify an important, and let me just take a little farther, that's importantly vital existing work that's already ongoing that is focused on protecting consumers, cracking down on illegal and deceptive practices, really wonderful work. And again, I just really want to give a shout out to that wonderful work that's already ongoing. I mentioned legal aid. Also really want to uplift the work of our Attorney General in the state of California, Rob Bonta, who's been just such an extraordinary partner, and appreciate the partnership of Rob Bonta's office in helping us think through how to structure this unit. So appreciate that, and really glad we now have the County Council coming straight from the AG, who will be able to help guide this work here in San Diego County. So appreciate that. Appreciate the extraordinary work of our DA, Summer Stephan, and her hugely impactful team, who's done just an enormous job in fighting on these issues. And hopefully we can continue to expand their capacity. I think there's an opportunity to increase that capacity pretty significantly because this work is all complementary to each other. And really hopeful we can continue to build out and increase the DA's capacity as well as this unit gets stood up. As well as our city attorney in the city of San Diego, Heather Furberg. Just had a really interesting conversation with her last week or the week before about how excited she is for this unit to get moving, because a case was referred to her that was about health and safety, and she felt like that's the county's purview, and couldn't wait for our unit to get stood up, because she felt like the city should take that on, but the county should take that on. So really looking forward to that as well. So I think our big picture, really looking at this unit, acting as a force multiplier to protect our community. And the broader context beyond San Diego County is quite troubling. Although we do have wonderful partners here in San Diego County, the broader national context is quite troubling and quite upsetting. And I know that forward on this Consumer Fairness and Public Protection Unit really ramped up last year when the Trump administration gutted the Consumer Financial Protection Division in Washington. And as folks probably recall, the CFPB was stood up in the wake of the 2008 financial crisis, when tens of thousands of hardworking Americans lost their homes because of really predatory lending practices. But the big banks walked away whole, and the investors walked away whole, while regular people, many were homeless, lost their life savings, lost everything. And the purpose of the CFP, Consumer Financial Protection Division, was really to fight for working families. And unfortunately, we're now in a moment where Trump has turned his back on regular people to stack the deck for his donors, for big banks, for shady health insurance companies, for billionaires, and not staff up to fight for us. And as I've said so many times, I really think the core of the work that we have to be doing here in San Diego County at this moment is protecting San Diego County from these kinds of incredibly destructive and negative impacts that are coming from Washington. And us just saying, not here, not now, not in our county, not on my watch. So the need for this work could never be greater, and the moment really is now. So I just want to uplift some of the big concerns that we're seeing and that came out in the town halls and community conversations I've been having with stakeholders. There's increasingly sophisticated scams, AI fraud, predatory financial practices, very complicated malpractice insurance practices, environmental harms that directly impact public health, like the ongoing crisis in the Tijuana River Valley, and really looking at all of these patterns of harms so we can build capacity to pursue high impact cases. The work is also has to be about prevention, about helping residents recover what they're owed, and ensuring unlawful practices do not continue. And no single office, no matter how strong, can fully address the volume, complexity, and evolving nature of today's clients alone. This unit will leverage restricted settlement funds and reinvest recovered resources back into protecting our communities without competing with other county priorities. At the core, this proposal is about fairness. It's about making sure families are not navigating predatory systems economy where those who play by the rules can compete on a level playing field. So that is just the context behind this proposal. And I also want to note, I know that ultimately, as this moves forward, it will fall to implementation. Whether we're batting it out of the park or not is going to, really sit in the responsibility of our county council. I have so much faith in Damon, and just really so honored that you're here and you've joined us to be part of our team. But would also urge you to seek the input of my colleagues, especially those whose communities are most directly impacted by a lot of these harms, as we look to staffing up and hiring, particularly the director. I know Chairperson McCurry has spoken many times about these issues, not just about the Tijuana River Valley, but also about predatory practices and maybe lenders and shady financial practices and some really around people being displaced from their homes. And I think she would have a lot of insights and wisdom on kind of how to think about moving this forward. So I know that this would be a full board action, but also would like to uplift just really trying to put my colleagues who've been fighting on these issues for many, many years as we build up this capacity here in San Diego County. So with that, I look forward to the discussion and to working with my colleagues to move this forward, and we will turn to public comment. Oh, and sorry for that. My team has distributed, again, credit where credit's due, all the letters and support, so you all should have those. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 41 requests to speak on this item, 19 in person and 22 requesting to speak by phone. Also note for the record that we received 380 e-comments, 342 of those in support, 25 in opposition, and 8 neutral. For any individuals that requested to speak on item 19 by phone, please dial into the conference line using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. Because we have 10 or more speakers on this item, you'll have 1 minute to address the board, and I'll ask you to begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'll be calling you in groups of 3, so I'll ask you to please listen for your name. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals: Sarah, Joanne Francisco, and Domri Ceballos. Call your name, please come forward.
Hello, good morning. My name is Dr. Sarah Federer. I am an Associate Professor of Conflict Resolution at the Kroc School of Peace Studies at the University of San Diego. I am a strong supporter of this unit. I'm also a swimmer and a surfer. And my students here and I, we've been having a Tijuana watershed class, social action class this semester. And we so appreciated the work on cleaning the sewage. We've also discovered the over 300 plus contaminants, organic and inorganic, that are coming from industrial waste. So we know that this unit is very eager to focus on U.S. polluters. There are a number of U.S. corporations on the Tijuana side, and the Maquiladoras, who are dumping, and that dumping is polluting the county. So super supportive of it, and look forward to it being created, and we can help. So thank you all for your service.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, supervisors. I'm Joanne Francisco, CEO of the Legal Aid Society of San Diego. We strongly support this item. SD provides free legal services to low-income San Diegans in critical areas of civil law. Last year, we opened over 10,000 cases, the top 3 issues being housing, healthcare, and consumer protection. And while that is a huge number, we received over 90,000 calls for assistance. Every day, we represent tenants being charged illegal junk fees, patients saddled with medical debt, taxpayers whose returns were stolen, seniors defrauded of their life savings, but we can't file cases against every bad actor. So every day, those bad actors are doing a risk-reward analysis and exploiting the gaps in enforcement. As a service provider working in this space, I can tell you that no one agency or organization can do it alone. The Consumer Fairness and Public Protection Unit will help us fill this enforcement gap, protect San Diegans, and do so without costing taxpayers a dime or taking resources away from any existing programs. We welcome the opportunity to work together San Diego a safer and fairer community. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers. Mika Wilbur, Luciana Gonzalez, and Maria Ortiz. Let's call your name, please come forward.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Tamara Ceballos. I'm a U.S. Navy veteran, trained doula, and a graduate student at the Jolie Clark School of Public Studies. I'm here in support of establishing the Consumer Fairness and Public Protection Unit. And as a veteran who deployed to Afghanistan, I was exposed to herpes. I have seen how toxic exposure can affect service members and our families long after deployment. We're supporting families during pregnancy and early infancy. I see how sensitive babies are to air quality and environmental conditions. I also have personal experience with pregnancy loss, which deepened my understanding of how vulnerable babies are before birth. Every family, every part of our county wants clean air and water for their children. Residents living near the Tijuana River watershed are carrying a heavier share of these impacts right now. Thank you for your time and your service.
Good morning. My name is Mika Wilbur, and I'm the managing attorney for the Consumer Protection Team at the Legal Aid Society of San Diego. I'm strongly in support of creating this new Consumer Protection Unit. Every day, our team works to protect community members through litigation, outreach, and education. And every day, we meet people who have been taken advantage of, like seniors who have been pressured into predatory contracts, and homeowners left with unlivable conditions after trusting the wrong contractor. Last year alone, we closed more than 800 cases and helped over 1,600 people with issues ranging from misleading gym memberships to defective solar installations. But despite these efforts, that's just a small fraction of the people who need help in San Diego. Far too often, our limited resources result in us having to turn people away. And so we would strongly encourage you to set up this unit. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Lawson-Weimer and Supervisors. My name is Luciana Gonzalez, and I'm speaking on behalf of the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber supports common sense measures that go after bad actors and provide a competitive business environment. Current local and state legislation establishes a strong framework for this. While this item may be well-intentioned, we are opposed based on the unintended consequences it may create for businesses and consumers. While this item may be well-intentioned, we submitted a letter to the board alongside other local businesses and housing organizations to explain these possible outcomes. Your right to cure or path to mediation for violations, the duplication of existing authority that the DA has, and the inherent need for settlement funding are problematic. Thank you for your consideration of our comments, and we look forward to working with the county on future solutions to protect consumers and local businesses.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite 3 additional speakers. Emma Stanley, and Jesus Martin Gallegos Munoz.
Good morning. My name is Maria Ortiz, and I'm a graduate candidate in the Conflict Management and Resolution Program at the University of San Diego. I am here in support for the Consumer Fairness and Public Protection Unit. This unit is vital because it provides a mechanism for cross-border environmental accountability, something that our region desperately needs. As part of the social action class at USD, my colleagues and I are focusing on the Tijuana water crisis. We've seen that this is no longer just a water issue. It is a public health crisis affecting our shores, our water, and our air. Whether it is negligent polluters at the borders or PFAS, forever chemicals from corporate manufacturing, infiltrating our drinking water, the result is the same. San Diegans are paying the price with their health. Contaminants don't stop at the border, and our protections shouldn't either. Supporting this unit is a fiscally responsible move. There is currently $200 million available for the recent settlements that can be used for this cause. This means we can hold polluters accountable and protect our residents without impacting the general fund. We have resources and we have a need. Thank you.
Good
student at the University of San Diego. We're studying the Tijuana River Pollution Crisis. I strongly support the Consumer Fairness and Public Protection Unit. I'm here because the Tijuana River Pollution Crisis is consistently framed as just an infrastructure problem. However, it's actually an accountability problem. For years, private companies have been dumping waste into the Tijuana River because they know nobody is coming after them. The CFPP finally gives the county the power to stop the finger pointing and start legal action. We need a team that can actually sue the corporations upstream that are using the river as a chemical dumping site. Please support item 19. Use these settlement funds to make the polluters pay for the cleanup instead of continuing to make our families pay with their health. Thank you.
Thank you. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite three additional speakers. Kristen Northrup, Zoe Lauren, and Lincoln Chen.
Good morning, my name is Jesus Martin Gallegos Munoz. I'm a community organizing coordinator for the Chicano Federation, a resident of District 1, and a graduate student of the University of San Diego. For decades, the most marginalized and disenfranchised members of our community have borne the burden of a worsening climate emergency. Our waterways are polluted and our air is contaminated. As someone who is immunocompromised, this pollution directly impacts my ability to live a proactive, healthy life. And I am not alone. Hundreds of residents of the South Bay face similar health challenges made worse by environmental neglect. This unit has the power to address a root cause to our decades-long pollution crisis, tackling illegal dumping and industrial runoff. I am hopeful that this Consumer Fairness and Public Protection Unit will finally establish a baseline of more accountability from corporations that continue to harm our ecosystem and vulnerable populations. If this health and safety, it must be rigorous in defending our community from negligence and environmental noncompliance. Gracias.
Good morning. My name is Kristen Northrup, and I'm here on behalf of Coast Law Group and Coastal Environmental Rights Foundation. I am here in support of the proposal to establish a Consumer Fairness and Public Protection Unit. Many San Diego residents are struggling with unfair fees, deceptive business practices, and predatory conduct that makes everyday life more expensive. At the same time, environmental issues like pollution affecting communities, such as the Tijuana River, are creating serious health and financial burdens. This unit will help hold bad actors accountable across both consumer protection and environmental harms, protecting families, seniors, service members, and small businesses. I respectfully urge you to establish this unit. Thank you.
Good morning, member of the board. My name is Zoe Lauren. I am a graduate student at the Brock Institute of Peace and Justice, studying the Tijuana River Pollution Crisis. I'm here to urge you to vote yes and the protection unit, because what's happening in South San Diego is not just an environmental failure, it is a story of corporations exploiting legal gaps while working class communities to pay the price with their health. The communities most affected are predominantly low-income and working class, facing expensive fees that come from the government. Small businesses dependent on local tourism have also faced serious economic downturn. This is what enforcement gaps look like in practice. Corporations externalizing costs onto the most vulnerable, while no single agency has the mandate or capacity to stop them. The CFPP unit changes that. It gives San Diego County the legal opportunity to Thank you.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite three additional speakers. Audrey Kim, Joel Liberson, and Cesar Javier.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Lincoln Chen. I am a student at the University of San Diego and previously an intern at the United Nations Environment Program. I support the creation of the CFPP. Multinational corporations are operating across borders with ever greater ease and very few restrictions. Their environmental accountability cannot be optional, it must be fundamental, because communities and ecosystems are already bearing the cost of pollution. In 2019, questionnaires showed that 73% of respondents had switched to water from the canal or riverside pressure relief tubes. And at the same time, at least 8 threatened or endangered bird and fish species are losing their habitats These are real people, real lives, real consequences. That's why addressing the Tijuana River Valley pollution crisis is not a luxury, a practical action. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, my name is Audrey Kim. I am a San Diego resident, a current law student, and a former and future legal aid employee. Having worked alongside dedicated attorneys in that space, I have witnessed firsthand how limited resources may prevent us from taking on complex corporate misconduct, leaving our most vulnerable residents without a voice or a remedy. San Diego is already one of the most expensive places to live in the nation, and as Chairwoman has mentioned already, unlawful business practices only keep that burden. The Tijuana River pollution crisis is a clear example of a well-neglected public health emergency that will only worsen without strong enforcement. This unit would give the DA's office, local legal aids, and other partners a dedicated civil counterpart to address cases that currently go unanswered. As a law student, I am especially encouraged by the proposed law school partnership and believe many students here would welcome the opportunity to contribute to meaningful public interest work in our own community. I believe this is a meaningful step toward making San Diego better for all of us, and I respectfully urge the board to vote yes. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished members of the board. My name is Joel Lieberson. I'm an attorney, and since 2012, I've had the privilege of working with city attorneys and county council in California and throughout the country to address a number of issues plaguing our communities. I wholeheartedly support an There are very few cities and counties throughout the country or in California that have aimed to give this county of San Diego, both in terms of pursuing cases under the Unfair Competition Act to get civil penalties and to effectuate appropriate injunctive relief. But in addition, a few years ago, the legislature gave the county of San Diego the power to issue a pre-litigation investigative subpoena. Normally, you can only get discovery after you file a lawsuit, but now the county has that power. I would strongly urge the county to enact the proposed Consumer Protection Unit and take advantage of the powers specifically granted by the legislature to counties such as San Diego. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is coming forward on my additional speakers. Allegedly Audra, Michael Brando, and Tiffany Curry.
We honor our late niece who died for us, protecting us, defending us. We are here to help you, ask you to step down if you do not understand the meaning of this. You are using English language, anti-consumer. Say it, San Diego's Protection Unit, who are these? You, me, her, us. Specify. We know how to read. Behind the line, we experience it. Oh, you see, understood is not here. Sorry, sir. You missed the point. Our enemy is unseen. Unseen, Mom River. Thank you. You were and you are the governing board member, including Mom Aguirre. Oh, sorry.
1 minute for survival. Thank you, God.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Caesar, would you like to take your artifact?
Good morning, my name is Tiffany Curry, and I'm speaking on behalf of Outdoor Outreach, a San Diego-based nonprofit connecting underserved to the outdoors and reducing barriers to access. I'm also honored to speak on behalf of the Tijuana River Coalition, a group of over 65 organizations raising awareness and advocating for solutions to the Tijuana River pollution crisis. Many of the youth that we serve at Outdoor Outreach live in communities directly impacted by the pollution. We've seen firsthand limits access to safe, healthy outdoor spaces and affects families' well-being. Creating a consumer fairness and public protection unit at the county would be a step towards addressing a critical issue: industrial waste being dumped into the river by American companies with factories based in Tijuana. We support this item today and hope to see a future where all children and families in Southern California and Northern Baja are free to play in vibrant communities. Thank you.
So the next speaker is coming forward. I'll invite the remaining speakers in person, Mark and Robert Brown.
The hypocrisy is hilarious. You guys have people come into the biggest corporation that is corrupt in San Diego, expecting you guys to protect us against other corporations from, predatory practices. It's like creating a human trafficking unit when you're a human trafficker, right? It's so interesting the way things are inverted in this world. And you guys are the reason why people's cost of living constantly goes up. In fact, you even take people's homes if they can't pay the tax on it. And then you're like, but we're going to help you keep your homes too. Just don't. It's always like, look over here, not over here. Look at Trump, don't look at Tara. You know what I mean? Tara's not doing it, it's Trump. As long as you focus on that, then which is to be totally corrupt. It's so funny that you guys want people to follow the law. And then we have our Bonta puppet here that's going to run this unit. It's so terrifying.
Mark, the rent for Terrace City Senior Housing in Claremont starts at $1,447 for a studio apartment. The square footage of a two-bedroom apartment ranges from 363 to 539 square feet. Chelsea Investment Corporation is a subsidiary of City Community Capital focused on affordable housing development. They're involved in various projects, including the Midway Rising Initiative and affordable housing in the Claremont community and at San Diego State University. City Community Capital is a subsidiary of Citigroup Incorporated, which financed $7 billion in affordable housing in 2024. In the tax year 2024, City Community Capital reported a net income of $12.7 billion, which is a significant increase from the previous year. If your budget prioritizes making a huge profit for City Community Capital, you are succeeding. If supervisors are supposed to spend our tax dollars wisely with no bank interest or investor profit, you fail completely.
Cheers, 7 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Robert Brown. The first thing I want to do is thank all of you for your courage, for your sacrifices, your dedication, leadership practices, and service. I'm a research faculty and graduate in Homeland Security, and I also do research in transformational justice. And I've immersed my life in looking at law enforcement reforms, practices, and oversight. But I come before you today in opposition to this because to me it feels like, and I spoke to a lot of people in the community, it seems like it's the same thing that we're already doing in the DA's office. And we know that you want the best for us in the community, but we first need to know exactly how it's going to differ from what they're already doing in the DA's office. So it appears to us like you're creating another unit. So whatever you do, we will do it and help you. Okay, thank you.
Final call for Ariel or Mike Brando. We'll now hear from the individuals that requested to speak by phone.
Before we move to by phone, how many requests by phone do we have?
We have 21 requests to speak by phone. Looks like about 12 of those are going to call you this time.
Okay. I see our district attorney here in the audience today. Has she requested to speak? And if not, I'd love to invite her. At least give her the opportunity to speak, even though she has not requested.
Is that your question?
Okay. DA Summerstuff, and if you'd like to make a comment before we go to folks who are calling in, don't feel obligated, but would love to invite you if you wanted to come up and speak for 2 minutes. Not to put you on the spot. And just, our clerk of the board asked how long. I know all the other speakers only did have 1 minute, but this is the district attorney who brings a particular point of view, so she's going to get double that time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and hopefully I'll be able to also answer questions, because I know some of the board members had questions, so because this is, like you said, a very complex topic. So good morning still, Chair and Board of Supervisors. I'm Summer Stephan, San Diego County's District Attorney. And one of the things that I think are key for our county to continue to thrive is collaboration that's really built in trust. And in this situation, unfortunately, I think that it is premature. That something good for the county to expand services, but the way that it's being done is rushed and without input from a key stakeholder, meaningful input, and that would be the DA's office. We had 5 days to respond to a very complex letter. When our office has been doing the consumer protection work, both civil and criminal, for 51 years. The key author for the consumer protection, civil consumer protection that's used around the state is part of my unit, and he's here today, Tom Papa-George. You can look him up. He could have provided a lot of information that would have helped the county develop something that actually is an ad as opposed to a duplication. In fact, the real concern in duplication is beyond just duplication. It's the fact that for example, in this binder here that is hard for me to lift, is one binder of one investigation on the Tijuana River case that the only reason I'm sharing is because we have to be in court with the federal court where this case is being heard. And so to be able to be in court and see the case, the litigants know that we are involved. If, for example, county council, as esteemed county council, started an investigation,
the time is, I'll give you another 30 seconds, but I do want to be respectful of the time limits, but please continue, I don't want to cut you off.
No.
Madam Chair, I have my hand up. It may be more time efficient because I wanted to ask her some questions. So I don't know whatever you want to do, but
we should go, if you want to answer questions, I think probably most appropriate procedurally would be to finish public comment because we have a whole bunch of.
And
then when you get to board discussion, then our district attorney can come back and answer your question if she's willing to stay for that time period.
Yes, this is very important.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and do that? Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. So let's just to clarify for everyone, we'll continue. We'll finish public comment, and then we will go to board discussion.
Thank you, Chair Ross Reamer. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you speaking your comments. We will start with our first caller.
Portobello, it's a nice idea, but too expensive. With 3.5 million people in the county, 200 mil funding is not enough. An attorney with the LA County Office of the County Council said that scammers are smart and they continue to shift and get ahead of you. Quote, it's whack-a-mole, unquote. The unit would be tasked with everything from denied health insurance claims, rental and housing scams, DJ River Valley issues, predatory financial practices against seniors, to toxic chemical detection. Lots of potential people. Quote, bad businesses doing bad things should be held accountable, unquote. But we just learned about a 130,000 scam in the county.
Flo here. So about the scam, this item was a long list of outside organizations being thanked. Many have been from within our county. And why are we looking outside of our own community to solve issues that affect the people right here at home? I know why it's UN Agenda. And that alone should raise concerns for you people listening in. But what's even more troubling is talking about deceptive practices and environmental protections, while people in this county are already dealing with environmental and health concerns go unaddressed, like the chemtrails in the sky. We all deal with that in almost every county on the planet. Where is the same urgency for that? We'll take accountability when it actually impacts families on a daily basis. Instead of what we get are more rules, more enforcement, more penalties people you claim to protect. And no one should be, no one should have to fight corporate abuses, what you said, Tara, and I agree, but no one should.
Good morning, board. My name is Kevin Elizabeth, and I would like to support for Summer Steffen and her job. And I think that the committee that was created by Tara Lawson-Remer to, as a result of her decision to create this proposition, this program, should have at minimum had a participant from the DA's office to help guide them. There's a duplication here that does not need to be duplicated, and to see another bureaucracy created with funding that the county does not have, should not be spending. Give the money to the DA's office, create more personnel at the DA's office to do what they do best, because this is not an item that is under the expertise of the County Board of Supervisors. Thank you for letting me speak.
Good morning, Robert Stonebrook from Carlsbad. 30 lawyers and partners working at the head of the Board of Supervisors are not in anyone's interest except the political machine that will reap the bounty of these settlements. Our county already has a scam fighting organization, the District Attorney's Office, so if the unit was about fighting crime, it would be in the DA's office, where separation of powers assigns criminal enforcement responsibility, and not in the legislative body that can change the rules of the game. One only had to listen to the community webinar on this topic, where speakers proudly shared how these units can be scaled up and how it all starts with more like a text pitch than a crime-fighting initiative. Today, one can look at the federal government to see how agencies can be weaponized for political purposes, opening the door to a local version, one that will be hard-pressed to close budget loopholes and satiate political patrons, can be truly tyrannical. We should expand the DA's office to fight crime. This proposed unit will simply extract settlements from businesses, which will then pass them along to consumers in higher prices.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Gerald Singleton. I'm an attorney with Singleton Shriver in San Diego. I want to say how important I think this unit is, and at the same time recognize the very important work that the district attorney does. One of the things that I think is so remarkable about this is the opportunity to address issues that, due to limitations of staffing and finances, the district attorney is not able to, and because of where they're located in the county, the city attorney's office cannot. So I think this gives us an opportunity to support, supplement, and build on the work that the district attorney's done. And I think there's an opportunity for everyone, the district attorney, the county council, the city attorney, and the attorney general's office, to work together for the people of San Diego. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have the next caller.
Peggy Walker. It's not necessary ways, not reform, to duplicate an established consumer protection unit in the DA's office that has successfully stopped illegal business practices for 50 years now with strict oversight. So no on this rush proposal, because it's presented with a lack of transparent governance, given that the DA's office was given only 5 days to respond to it and should have been consulted. We don't need new bureaucracy when we have experienced DA prosecutors capable of handling the job. I'm with DA Summer Stephan, who just proposed an code ad, ADD, in coordination with the DA's office, which has demonstrated its expertise in handling consumer fraud settlements rather than duplication and more county bureaucracy.
Thank you. We have the next caller.
Members of the board, my name is Theo Barr, the Director of the Housing Justice Collaborative of Legal Aid South San Diego, and I'm here to support the establishment of the CFPP unit. Every San Diego resident unfairness of taxes, hidden predatory fees, predatory lending, bad faith insurance deals, housing, consumer fraud, and environmental harms that drain families and working people living on the edge. Even small abuses can push people into crises or homelessness. At the same time, as federal enforcement has weakened, state agencies are being stretched thin, and legal organizations simply cannot take on this large scale of corporate misconduct alone. This leaves a real enforcement gap. The CFPP is a smart, responsible solution. It uses existing settlement funds, not taxpayer dollars, to stop illegal practices, recover restitution, protect honest businesses, and prevent harm before express. I urge you to support this proposal and ensure fairness, accountability, and legal protections for San Diego residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Here's the next caller.
The memo doesn't give an F about people being displaced, and they'll never sue Mexico for their sewage. And Terrence Brett Allison Snow got a lot of USC puppets to read scripts. Where was the consumer protection when this county fraudulently funneled well over $32 million of our tax dollars to illegal aliens? Or when this county raided our reserves to give their union campaign funders a kickback? Or when the Harm Reinstruction Coalition CEO was getting plastic surgeries with our money? This board can't even prosecute the Flowmore Shaw brothers who Allison put on her tenant protection committee. Conflicts of interest include Center on Policy Initiative, a campaign funder, Wild Coast, Memo's former employer, and Singleton Schreiber, who Terra tried to manipulate ID residents with. Dictator Terra blaming Trump, as always, to sue restaurants, landlords, and hospitals at a cost of $7.4 million a year, paid for by you via Terra's new taxes on your paychecks and properties. Talk about a real unfairness tax. This item admits to generate dollars through fines and settlements. That's all it's about. An open door to ACE and all their greedy, predatory lawyers to suck people dry their money to them and his sports benefit. It's a political scam.
Thank you. Here's the next caller.
Good morning, my name is Becky Rath. Thank you for bringing this item forward, and I appreciate Summer Stephan's points and ask you to consider her objection to help streamline a better program. I would like to share with you something that was said, an example that was mentioned during a workshop, and from the tobacco industry for decades of harm That effort showed us something critical. When industries mislead the public, as the public health, the government has both the authority and the responsibility to act. And today we're facing a similar situation. The marijuana industry is often marketed as safe, harmless, and even beneficial. But we're seeing a very different reality, especially among our youth. Young people are experiencing severe mental health consequences, including anxiety, depression, and in some cases, psychosis leading to suicide and suicidal ideation. We cannot ignore these warning signs, and I would hope that it would give this board pause and consider the harm of.
The next caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Ann Riddle. I called in regarding item 19, which I respectfully oppose. I think our district attorney's office is poised to take this money and incorporate it into their already existing program and do a good work for us. As you know, the Union Tribune and Times of San Diego and several other media have mentioned the optics of how this looks. It looks like the county Board of Supervisors is in some sort of tip war with district attorney's office for reasons we don't totally understand. So I think you need to take a good look, you all, at what this looks like to us in the public, where I might mention at least 32% of us are independent voters and are looking always to see what our electeds do to really represent us. I point out that the language of this seems to want to use the Tijuana Valley River situation in some sort of let's solve this by having this.
The next caller.
Gambler here, talking to the board of people who can't understand normal thinking. So much happens. Do you understand why I chose my name? I mean, you had a sheriff call me up and ask me that when you guys decided to try to go prosecute me and try to have me be thrown in jail for calling you can't understand normal thinking. Look, is this that you guys really want to go after some of these properties right along the border to turn them into housing projects? Here's my question with that. With all these big trucks that weigh an ungodly amount of weight, they're going to recommend putting graphene and redoing the roads, making them stronger to be able to handle it. But in order to do that, you're going to have to recycle the plastic and actually do something good for it. You could generate $125 million instead of trying to steal people's land. You could go ahead and start reducing the cost here.
Hi, my name is Allison Snow. I am the mayor of the city of Lemon Grove, and I'm here in my individual capacity. I also am a consumer protection attorney. For 13 years, I ran the consumer protection division of the Legal Aid Society of San Diego. I opened up San Diego's first bankruptcy clinic, the debt defense clinic that became a national model. I help people with student loan debt, medical debt, dental debt, car fraud, everything. I also have the opportunity to have a close relationship and work with law enforcement agencies, including the Attorney General's office and District Attorney's office on some of these cases. I will tell you there is a gap. I have helped people. We've tried to bring cases over to the DA's office. The DA has reached out to us to help individual defendants, but there is a gap in services. We had the program, it was a predatory lending program, and the money was not returned to the people, and the only person who got any kind of criminal activity was the lowest person, door-to-door salesperson, not the finance lender who continues to ratify the fraud and add these.
Joe Villasenor, calling. Good morning, honorable supervisors. I am a consumer rights attorney and a law professor here in San Diego, and I am in support of the proposal. In my nearly 2 decades of practicing law, representing people as a legal services attorney, and in private practice, I have seen, the worst of consumer rights violations and what it does to our community. This proposal will help to address those needs that are unfortunately continually growing. And also I wanted to address the point about the Chamber of Commerce saying that, there was no right to cure consumer laws. There's a built-in right to cure for almost, every type of consumer law, so there's no kind of gotcha system there. As far as the DA and collaboration, I personally
Hello, this is Crystal Irving, President of SEIU Local 221, speaking in favor of the county establishing a consumer fairness unit for many reasons that impact the members of SEIU and the communities that we get to serve every single day. And while time does not permit me to go into all the details, housing fairness for renters and holding big corporate landlords accountable, preventing families from going into debt simply because of denied claims from health insurance, the Tijuana River environmental crisis, where our members still show up to serve the communities as park rangers and lifeguards at Imperial Beach, just to name two, and of course, more protection for seniors and veterans. This is a critical time in our history as a nation and as a county, and taking action gives us the as many other large counties have already done. The consistent question that we ask as labor is, which side are you on? And I believe this board to be on the side of people. So we are urging a yes vote on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Here for the final caller.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Noe Yik, and I'm a researcher and policy advocate with the Center on Policy Initiative. As an organization committed to building power and fighting for racial and economic justice for the working class, we know San Diegans are harmed when illegal, deceptive, and predatory practices go unchecked. Gaps in enforcement leave working class communities and communities of color disproportionately exposed to exploitation and harm. Workers lose wages they're owed, renters are misled, and San Diegans are forced to live with the devastating environmental consequences of disasters like the Tijuana River Valley sewage crisis. These systemic harms demand stronger public enforcement and a dedicated consumer protection unit with the tools to act. The proposed CFPP unit would strengthen the county's ability to protect San Diegans. It could work alongside the Office of Labor Tenant Enforcement to support litigation on wage-theft cases, intervene when landlords and companies violate tenants' rights or defraud renters, and hold polluters accountable for the harm they cause San Diegan health and our ecosystem. We urge you to stand up for San Diegans and vote yes on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Wasserman. That concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for everyone. Sir,
I didn't get to speak yet. You never called my name.
Did you, sorry, Andrew, was he in the queue for public comment?
Yes, Mark. Yes, you were in the queue.
And you called his name?
I called your name.
Okay, Mark, apologies. The clerk did call your name.
Can I please speak? It's just a minute. I was listening and I never heard.
Okay, you can have your 1 minute.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Mark, item 20. Your overview states to advise the board policy and to serve as links to the community. You never listen to the community's input anyway. Lots of examples of this. When many women out restrooms, Tara Nathan Fletcher passed it anyway. Not just transgenders, any man who says he is a woman, including predators. No one, including poor people, wants sales taxes their children inherit their homes. But this board passed it, and the amount will increase drastically as property tax did after 1913. Before that, property tax was unconstitutional. Everyone begged you for decades to stop the TJ River crisis. You didn't. Everyone begged for utility rates to not go up, but they have constantly risen, even though we already have the highest in the country, and you have not kept rates down. In the name of helping us, this board intentionally fails at everything it supposedly tries to do.
You and Chair Wasserman, we have one more caller that just dialed in. Final caller.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Colton Amaru. I'm a Marine Corps veteran, CEO of Senior Tech Connect, which empowers older adults to navigate technology and stay safe from scams. And I'm speaking in strong opposition to item 19. In my work, I see the sophisticated threats facing our older adults every single day, particularly in the rise of AI-driven fraud. Addressing these threats requires specialized expertise that is already held by the District Attorney's Consumer Protection Unit. Their office doesn't just prosecute, they are in the trenches with the organizations in the community that help to educate the community. They've built the trust that our veterans additional unit within the city county council is bureaucratic load. It does not seem like it has followed a clear process or fiscal discipline listening to the people. I warn you to vote no and to protect your reputation.
Thank you. Chair Lawson, with that concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you all so much. I appreciate it. So I do want to just begin, before we go to board discussion, there was a number of questions raised and comments raised by the callers that are fairly legal and seem better, more appropriate to be addressed by county council. So I'm going to kind of run through some of the ones I heard, and feel free, if you heard anything that I missed, please feel free to add it. I've just sort of taken notes. But before I do that, I do want to address kind of the question around collaboration. I think it's really important. You know, I think as most of you are well aware, I did announce back in April, nearly a year ago, that we would be working on creating this unit. It was widely publicized at that time, lots of newspaper articles about it. So I know the DA's office was well aware. But we did, and personally I did reach out over a year ago to begin a conversation about us setting up a unit similar to this to get input from our DA. So appreciate that we don't necessarily see eye to eye on the need of this unit. Acknowledge that we come from different perspectives, but the notion that I did not initiate a conversation quite a long time ago, as I said, over a year ago, that is actually factually not true. So in any case, moving on, I wanted to kind of run through what some of the questions I heard. And I do acknowledge that there's a lot of sort of complex legal issues, and I wanted to make sure that the public and our board has full transparency. So I'm just beginning to start with the legal authority of SB 460. I was hoping you could talk a little bit about what is this legal authority that SB 461 created for county council offices. What is that specific legal authority? To the extent that you're aware, where else is it being utilized, and how does that overlap or differ from the authority that the DA holds?
Thank you for the question, Chair Lawson. It was stated earlier that the authority comes from a bill that was passed. Creates this authority for counties that have cities with a population in excess of 750,000 residents, and the inclusion of the city of San Diego in our county is what qualifies our county to have this authority within the office of county council. It is currently an authority that is being exercised by the city and county of San Francisco, the county of Santa Clara, and the county of Los Angeles, all offices whom I have spoken with their county councils about this authority and how their offices are using them. One of the comments or several comments that I did hear in the callers that I just wanted to clarify is the notion that this authority is duplicative, when in fact this is what's known as a concurrent authority. The statute itself sets up concurrent authority and authorizes multiple public entities to enforce the same statutory scheme. We see this in a variety of different ways in which the Attorney General's office exercises concurrent authority to enforce criminal and civil laws. And so this is not anything novel or new, and it simply is meant to empower other agencies to exercise the same authority in a way provided to victims. These are all functions that civil law firms and civil offices such as offices of the county council continue to do.
Thank you. That's helpful. I think kind of giving a broader framework around how often it's quite common for multiple public entities that have overlapping authority and concurrent authority, I guess is the technical legal term. Would be helpful if you could speak a little bit how comparable units coordinate, what your approach would be, because it would fall to county council to ensure the coordination and what established legal mechanisms allow coordination between agencies while protecting confidentiality.
So there are formal protocols that would be in place. These are happening again in other jurisdictions where that concurrent authority exists. And district attorney's office. It's the same way. It operates the same way with the Attorney General's office. When I was there, I oversaw several enforcement actions that were conducted by the Consumer Law Section, civil rights issues that would have crossover, and we quite frequently coordinated with local DAs and county council offices on those. Our methods for ensuring that the appropriate criminal referrals are made, whether they're done internally in an office such as the city and county of San Francisco or in the Attorney General's office that has both functions. That is something that does happen quite frequently and is necessary. And then working with multi-agency civil enforcement is something where there will be deconfliction protocols set up, and we would make sure that all of that was done according to what's required.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Another question that arose regarded the source of the funds that are being proposed to fund the work of this unit. Just hoping you could speak a little bit about who has legal control over the Consumer Fraud Trust Fund. What are these legal restrictions and how it can be spent? And how does this proposal and certainly your plan for implementation of this proposal ensure that these restrictions are honored? And really to cut to the chase is, what kind of specific financial oversight mechanisms does this proposal and would you plan to administer to ensure that the trust fund is protected and properly managed?
And I will defer certainly to the CAO's office if anything that I state is inaccurate. But my understanding is that this consumer fraud trust fund is a county fund, and so obviously that is subject to the control of this board to manner that they determine to be necessary and within the authorities funds that are appropriated. I know under Prop 64, funds are restricted, and so the use of the funds would be limited to the activities within my office to engage in this consumer protection work. We often, in our office, we manage the county's liability fund, which is almost $90 million, and through the use of actuarial studies and services and all of the internal controls within not only my office but countywide, we are able to manage those funds. And so this would not be anything new necessarily to our office, but again, we would certainly deploy the resources according to the restrictions placed on the fund. And I don't know if there's anything else that you want to say.
Thank you. And I think the last question, to get your opinion on or to get your analysis of is the ethical obligations that govern county council's enforcement decisions, and how this unit's structure as described in the board letter would provide those kinds of framework and guide rails to ensure that you're able to uphold the ethical obligations regarding enforcement.
Sure. Well, There are several different schemes of ethics enforcement, which would be the rules of professional conduct. And so all of our attorneys, as any attorney that's licensed in the state, would be bound and obligated to exercise their professional judgment in accordance with those ethics rules. And so the selection, decisions, all of those would be governed by those set of standards. If this unit is set up, it would be my responsibility to ensure that compliance, that the decisions that are made on cases to bring would ultimately be mine, and subject to that those same limitations. And so this is, again, how it operates in all of the county council offices that are exercising this authority.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I may have further questions as the conversation evolves, but I did want to be responsive to public comment, so we can have a fruitful board discussion. So thank you so much. I see Supervisor Anderson with his hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I actually have a couple questions for county council as well. If this moves forward today, what would that do to the load of the attorneys that we have on staff, and how would we compensate or make adjustments?
So my understanding is that there would be an appropriation in the budget for the hiring of new staff. This would not be any workload that would be added to existing staff, but that there would have to be a ramp-up period where we brought on staff to take on these responsibilities.
And how many people are you thinking is a startup?
I believe there may be an overall separation of positions within my objective would be sort of to slowly roll this out. Obviously, we would need leadership to take on the oversight of this new unit and bring on additional staff as necessary and required.
How would this be different than what we've done up to now? Because we participated in opioid lawsuits, and we have settlements, and we sue other organizations. I'm not sure which ones I can mention. I think the public record was we filed a lawsuit, but I don't want to run that risk of a Brown Act violation. But how is it that we're able to accomplish that now, and how would this change?
So many of those instances, these have often been cases that we have been invited to join, coincidentally by other county council offices that have the authority to bring these cases. So whether it's through contingency fee representation of private law firms that take on representation of these counties and other cities that we will join, that has traditionally been the method in which we have engaged in a limited amount of consumer-facing matters that we've been a part of.
Would we still do that?
We can still engage outside counsel in matters where it would be appropriate to bring those actions.
Would we be hiring outside firms and representatives to do some of this work? I mean, I'm trying to think of the workflow. We have a pretty good prediction of how much workload we have from what we do at the county over the time. But on a project like this, how are we going to meet that workflow? Would we bring in outside firms at some point, and then make an evaluation of whether we should staff it or keep with an outside firm that has specific skill sets for that area? I mean, I know that we do that now, that we don't have all the skill sets necessary, and we don't have enough work to hire somebody who's exclusively in the how would that work?
So the goal would be for the unit to be self-sufficient, so that we would hire those who are qualified, have the experience, and have enough lacking for particular matter that may be very nuanced or special, or if there was a capacity issue, if certainly the work was growing at a faster pace than we were, then we could utilize that as a resource to be able.
If I may, Madam Chair, I have some questions for District Attorney.
Absolutely, and let me before, I just wanna, you did ask one question that I would note. You know, a lot of those cases you mentioned that we've already brought did come from board direction. And so one difference I would see in this unit, and when I say board direction, almost all of them came from me coming to the board and asking for board direction, which obviously appreciate the board support, but I think it would be more sustainable and more balanced if we had a director of this unit within county council who was able to think in a more strategic way. I mean, we all know we have big, complicated jobs that aren't just thinking about litigation on behalf of folks in San Diego County. Would prefer that those cases did not come only from me, but actually were being originated from someone with a high level of expertise who's embedded and working directly for Damon. So I do think that is a difference. We have done a lot of these cases, but coming from the board, and this would shift that and it's sort of in a way take the board a little bit more out of the loop and have a lot more of the origination coming from everything.
Thank you for that. I was hoping because you've been doing this work, your office has been doing this work. I did read your op-ed, so I was hoping that you could share some of your raised concerns on the proposal before us today, and what are the pitfalls that we should be aware of?
I think the main thing that is of huge concern to me is the process. The process is not the way you can see even in today's board agenda that the board is referring smaller items, not just the creation of a large. By the way, the letter says will be staffed with 30 new full-time employees within 2 years at a budget of $30 million. And you can't even look at that as a budget of $30 million because once you have the full-time employees, you have to continue to keep them and you don't want to hire them to fire them without looking at what the needs are and the progression and seeing where the county has the service. For example, as compared to Los Angeles, which is 10 million in population, the county council's team is 14 members. This letter is asking for San Diego with 3.3 million to have right off the bat in 2 years, 30 members of this team. It has not been done the way business in collaboration is done, where it is sent to the CEO to study, to work with all of the experts in an objective manner and return to the board with a recommendation as to where those gaps really lie. So we are not duplicating, we're using these precious resources forever and ever, no matter what federal, state, government does, San Diego can protect its own community. My office has been fiscally responsible, where for 51 years we've never had a single issue with the way that we use consumer funds. We document everything. And we've never asked the board to grow in this area until recently, when we saw that the amount of money allowed us to fiscally grow to meet the moment of the AI-generated frauds and everything else. The process also with excluding our office, and truth is very important. As DA, I've been called by organized crime and criminals many things, but Never. And, in order to actually work on the good of the county happened on March 4th. And in this conversation, unfortunately, the chair raised her voice and said, and then she also said that my feedback better not be anything to limit this item. The conversation we had a year ago was she wanted to hear what my unit does. And I provided all my team members to give her a blow-by-blow, feeling that there's a supervisor who's interested in this area and we want to give her everything she needs. They didn't hear anything for a year until this conversation that was had, where it was another indication to me that something is wrong with this process. A process that is for the good of the people, invites the experts, and allows really meaningful feedback. Because what we have already presented to the board, and the board unanimously voted on, is an expansion that is based on our deep experience working with the Attorney General and all the prosecutors across the state as to the threats that are coming to San Diego and how we would meet them, which includes a very expensive forensic digital lab. That's the only way you're going to beat organized crime and scams against seniors. You're not going to beat it with a civil injunction team at county council. They are excellent at what they do, but it is limited in terms of search warrant and resources to go after those organized crime and those big actors. So we haven't we're in the process of our expansion, so instead of the board waiting to see how that expansion that's already in process, there was a lease that was in front of this board to then determine what the gaps are, would have been a more thoughtful way. I also normally work out things behind the scenes. I don't think any of you board members have ever heard me have a public disagreement with SDA. The problem is when I and my team have busted night and day to build an elder justice task force that became the central issue at the Hoover Commission, where the state called us as the experts, the nation called us as the experts on how we protect seniors from scams. Through this unique, one-of-a-kind elder justice task force that allows seniors to, if they don't, to encourage them to report to law enforcement, because within minutes, then we're able to stop their money from disappearing from our system using federal warrants and other things that we use. When we see time and time again communications about this item, that this civil county council team is going to solve their scam problems, that is destructive to public safety. That is misleading our seniors into thinking that a civil lawsuit is going to stop the scammers, instead of what we've been telling them: call us, call police immediately, because break down the cryptocurrency ATM and get the older woman's money back. These are things that cannot be done in this process. So truth is very important, and we need to communicate about this item truthfully and not overpromise our community what cannot be done by a civil team. There is stuff that can be done, and I already provided a whole gap that can be filled beautifully by county council. Those mediations on tenants that are being greedy and abusing and letting their people live in terrible things that they can breathe, all of those things are things county council should do, and I would welcome building that unit with county council. This though was built on, I don't know what it is, but it was not built bringing the real expertise to the table. The DA's office operates across the entire state with prosecutor dollars for abusive calls, because it's not a credit card company that works just in San Diego, it's across the whole state. So we leverage the entire power, the entire state to bring this $10 million action. The fraud with regard to the solar, which is rampant, we were able to bring that across the state, but we were the lead prosecutors, creating a $3 million fund for our victims to replenish their money. These take days and nights of work to work on. And we welcome additional help in a gap area that does not duplicate and doesn't take away from the expansion that we waited as we built this fund with the Attorney General. The fund is built on the monies that we bring, that this team brings, with the Attorney General's office. Attorney General brought a massive settlement that allowed us to finally come forward and ask for an expansion. We didn't do it before we could have the money, not to just pay our employees and experts for a year or two, but for the years to come, to be responsible to the fiscal health of this county. So I am asking for you to not vote no on this item. I am asking for you to follow the process of sending this to the CEO to allow the hardworking people in your very county that have had the backs of your community to participate and to create something unique and good and beneficial.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, first of all, I want to thank you for allowing the conversation to last as long so we can get all this information out. I want us to have the ability to go after items like the opioid and not leaving money on the table when so many San Diegans have been injured. But I am concerned that we're targeting being bigger than LA while we're a much smaller county. And you know my big beef is 5 years ago I voted for a board letter that I thought would be very, very helpful. And I always get their name wrong, so good.
It's okay, I think we're all aware. I just want to say one thing to you. I think there was a factual misrepresentation regarding the size of this office. I want to make sure we're actually speaking to the facts that's in the board letter. This unit, it says, direct quoting, the unit shall be staffed with up to 30 FTEs. So this is a delegation to county council to make a decision to staff appropriately. It's a limit, it's not a mandate to get to 30. So if that was your concern, I don't know if that's where you're going, but there was I think a factual misrepresentation that said that this unit will be staffed up to 30 FTEs, will be staffed with 30 FTEs. That is not what the board letter said. It's very intentional of delegating to the county council, but also frankly providing a limit. I felt like if you want to get rid of that and just say the unit shall be staffed with up to however many county council teams is necessary, I would be open to that as well. The purpose of the 30 was really more to provide an outside boundary, but ultimately it will be up to county council to make.
I appreciate that. Thank you for that kind offer. I'm going to take you up on it, but I'm going to fashion it in a different way. We spent $22 million on it. It's been 5 years. It's produced zero, absolutely zero. And they're not going to produce anything. I don't want to legislate through a board letter. I'd rather go through a process where it goes through the CAO and it's determined there, so we have safeguards in place. What I'm worried about this is the fact that you have in mind that you want to cap it at 30, along with other folks. Not one person in my district has brought this issue up. Now, that doesn't mean we don't have an issue, but there's nobody clamoring on my door saying, this is so crucial, so important. Now, I also balance the fact that the opioid lawsuits and settlements have been very good for this county, addressing and providing us the funds to really go after opioid and all the fentanyl poisoning. So I see the good side to it. What I'm worried about is we're front loading how it's going to be done, where it's going to be done, what it's going to do. I would like to have more vetting. I'd like to be able to use this time to go back to my district and make sure that people are privy to it, because I can have those conversations with you. We have a Brown Act that precludes you from telling me all your good ideas. And as a result, maybe there are people in my district that never thought it was possible, and they have ideas, and I want to be sure their ideas are included, so that people that are living in the table as well. I'm not against this. I just would like to slow it down and have more input, so that when I vote for it, I don't have a fear of a single source contract with a known felon, because we didn't fully vet it. I'm not suggesting that any of that stuff's here, but I have a little bit of whiplash going through that last go around of a single source contract and finding out nobody fit on a $6 million contract. It's different issues, but my sensitivities are high. So I'm simply asking that we amend, and I'll let you fashion the amendment, because I'd like to get there. That we give it to the CAO just to do some community input, get the DA's input, and see if we can identify anybody else that has skin in the game. One of the reasons why I asked whether we would use outside counsel is many of the people that testified in favor today would be benefactors of us going out for outside counsel, because this is what they do every day. So I'm not.
I do certainly hope and expect that the county council will be engaged in that kind of consultative process, and if it would earn your support to stipulate that, request that the county council consult with board offices to find out who to get input in from as he goes about kind of crafting this unit, including yourself. Happy to include that. There's certainly an intention here, I think it's spelled out in the board letter, that the county council will be engaged in that kind of consultative process. It does it asks that the county council engage not just with the district attorney, which is obviously extremely important, but also other stakeholders that perhaps I have not spoken with, and that it would be that, and if you needed to stipulate that kind of more explicitly than we are here, I don't think that's an appropriate function of the CAO. It's a legal function. It should be done by the legal office, who's then going to be responsible for actually implementing and administering the program. But certainly do agree about the importance of consultation. So just to say again, and to clarify, this is the board letter as outlined. The only thing that it requires of our county council specifically is that they do have to move forward with hiring someone to lead the unit. Other than that, there's a huge amount of discretion that says, please go consult with stakeholders to better understand the scope, to engage in that consultative process, and it says the staff with up to 30 FTEs. It doesn't require that. I'll move the item as it is currently, but if you wanted to make a friendly amendment to stipulate the county council would engage in that stakeholder consultative process in some way, I don't, again, like I said, I don't think that is an appropriate function to CAO, but I think it would be wonderful for the county council to do that.
I accept your friendly amendment, my friendly amendment. However, I don't want to hire somebody until I know what the plan is. I'm not comfortable moving forward until we have those stakeholders' input, and then I have an opportunity to go into my district and notify that this process is here. In every program that we've ever done that's been successful, we use that process of going into our districts and notifying people, because we don't have a lot of time for people to know. Many people in my district, they don't understand what we're voting on today. They've never had an opportunity to speak up. I'm going to give them the opportunity to wait in 30 or 60 days.
you're talking about that, that item
No, let
next
me
week,
finish,
so.
let me finish. So, I want to get there, I'm giving you a path of how I can get there, but I'm not going to initiate hiring people until I know what the full plan is, and that my constituents have a voice in the matter, and the VA is at the table preemptively. We're going to hire somebody, but we haven't even fully defined the lane that we're going to be in. And I'm not sure that expertise is the same expertise, because I think that lanes can be slightly different. I want to know this information. I don't want to go through any more newspaper stories, front page, that we're now giving single source contracts to known felons, or that we're hiring up whole departments that produce nothing after 22 million. This, I want the clarity of transparency on the front end, and not try to chase it down later after we've already started the department and already hired somebody to lead the department. I don't. And it would give me a lot more satisfaction in voting for it. And I want to vote for it. It's not a matter of not wanting to vote for it, but I can't vote for it if we're going to move ahead with prescribed items before everybody's given their input.
So would it be, just to kind of figure out if this is gonna meet your needs, would it be helpful if we stipulated that prior to hiring the CFPP director in the next 30 days, the county council would conduct extensive outreach and get input regarding the job description and the needs of the community before moving forward with the hiring process, and that would have to happen in the next 30 days, so we're not kind of waiting around?
Because we're going into summer, I prefer it's 90 days because some people maybe.
Too long for me, but I'm happy to compromise. You said 30, could you 45?
How about 60? Because people are on holiday.
Let me ask Damon. I mean, I know that you had some kind of, you really wanted to kind of figure out how to staff up your team. You know, today is March 24th. If we said, hey, you need 45 or 60 days, and before you hire, you were going to engage in a consultative process. I want an opinion from Damon and also from my fellow colleagues before accepting the amendment.
Whatever the pleasures of this board, I will proceed and do it in the time frame that's.
We also ask RDA if that.
Well, let me hear from my colleagues because they're going to answer in the queue. So I hear you. I think we'll be able to start. Supervisor Anderson, I think we'll probably be able to get there, but I do want to create space for board discussion. So before accepting that, or crafting that, I'll turn it over to Supervisor Marco Stefano, who has had her hand up for quite some time.
Fine, totally fine. So a few questions. I'm reading the recommendations, and it does really require a lot of coordination with the way that it reads. It's just the first sentence, direct county council in coordination with the CAO to establish this unit. So I think that maybe if we want to more clearly define the CAO's role in that, I have no issue with it, but I do, the way that I'm reading the board letter, it does call for that kind of coordination. It also, it says that the unit shall work collaboratively with the San Diego County District Attorney, city attorneys, the AG. So I think maybe my hope is that we're a little closer in thought than it appears, because these are, I'm reading straight from the board letter. What I do have somewhat of an issue, we were talking about, there were two things. One is with the director. Just clarity that I support this being a function of county council to hire that director. Like that is with the way that our charter works, the way, it's part of what anyone under his office would be hired by him. So that is where, for recommendation 3, I have a little bit of an issue because the language it is not very clear to me that that will be his sole responsibility, right? So I would like to provided that this moves forward, I would like to recommend some other language for recommendation 3. I'll get to that in a moment. I also tend to agree on the FTE part. The only thing I would say is I want to make sure we're comparing apples to apples, because I don't know enough about LA's, unit, right? Does that mean, the way I'm reading this here, that does not mean 30 attorney FTEs. That means maybe administrative assistant, investigators, and attorneys or whoever else is involved, which of course we also look toward our district attorney to help inform some of that, even though this would be, solely on the civil side. So, I want a little bit of clarity with that, but I do agree, and I think the 2 words up to were very important for me too, because I don't want to go in a situation where we are, I don't think we can ever overstaff either of the units. What I do think is that when we talk about that concurrent jurisdiction and everyone knowing what their role is, that's the work that's going to be super important as we all enter into this. So, I want to support this today. I do have that amendment. I also do have some similar concerns around the 30 FTEs, but understanding that I am okay with the up to language, but I'm also open to anybody that wants to change that. Because that, that is quite a bit depending on how we define it. And it should be, all the units that we have in the county should be very successful in the work they do. We know the district attorney is very successful in this work that her office does. We want to continue that. I think we can. And so my recommendation for the third prong here is that I would like to strike that out and just simply say the county council may engage with external stakeholders, including those with relevant experience and community perspectives, to inform the work of the CFPP unit. It just basically takes out that language around hiring. Because I do think that should be up to county council.
Thank you. Do you have does Andrew have a? I'm happy to accept that as part of the amendment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I do think that a consumer protection unit will be invaluable because there are local cases that the state attorney general and the district attorney's office do not have the capacity to handle for various reasons. In our research, what we have found is that the types of cases that an office, a unit out of our county council's office could take on are oftentimes some of those cases that are really big but don't result in a big monetary judgments. So those are the cases that, really just, there's not a whole lot of incentive to pursue if we're merely talking about funding. But that is exactly why there's a law requiring the Attorney General to deposit a portion of their money from their larger consumer cases to the local fund to specifically use on these types of cases, because they understand those local cases just won't return as much. And so there's a mechanism for that, and I think it should be considered in the conversation that we have. But all in all, my hope and my prayer is that county council, district attorney, attorney general will collaborate on these consumer protection cases so we can get the most out of this and not, kind of swerve into each other's lanes so that we can get the most out of this. But we do have the authority to do it. The money is there. We do need to be frugal about that. We do need to monitor it. But based on accepting that, I will second the motion with that amendment, and I'm also still open to discussions around that key conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Supervisor Desmond.
Well, thank you. We're going on today. The Consumer Protection Unit, I think within our district attorney's office, they're recognized as a leader in the state. And adding more resources to that existing unit, I think, is the most efficient way to expand their scope and breadth of their consumer protection. But to me, this sounds like we've got a plan. We don't know what problem we're solving. I don't know what gaps there may or may not be between what the district attorney is doing and between what our county council might be doing. I do see, the first recommendation, to establish a consumer fairness and protection unit. So we're going to go ahead and establish it. I think, Somerset and our district attorney, put it, respectfully forward. Is like the process that we're going through. We're kind of putting the cart before the horse, and if we're arguing via the newspapers, that's just not a good look. So, I'd like to see cooperation, coordination happen before we move forward with this protection unit. And so, and we all want our consumers protected. None of us want any fraud to happen there. But I think we've got a program being put forward. We haven't really identified the gaps that we have between the two, and how maybe we can work collaboratively. I do see in your recommendation, the unit shall work collaboratively to develop coordination protocols with other enforcement agencies, such as the District Attorney's Office, City Attorneys, and the California Attorney General. I'd like to see that take place before we vote and have this go forward. And that coordination and working with the DA's office so that, and David, maybe we leave Ebony out of it, whatever it takes. Maybe let the lawyers work this out, but maybe let's identify the gaps that would be addressed by the creation of this unit and how we can work collaboratively. So I'll make a substitute motion to direct our county council to work the potential creation of a county consumer fairness and public protection unit within the county council, and identify what, if any, gaps could be addressed by the creation of this unit and how we can work collaboratively. And I think that's going to take at least 90 days to bring forward. So that would be my substitute motion.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. So we have a motion on the floor in a second. That was a substitute motion. If that does not get a second, then we'll...
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a second of that. Okay, move on to Supervisor Yuri. Sorry. Sure. Oh, it's fine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some comments, and then I do want to get to the question about the FTE. I think that's an important discussion. So first and foremost, I want to thank you, Chair, for bringing this forward. I want to thank the VA Stephen for being here and speaking, and everybody who gave comment. I think at its core, this proposal is about something very simple, and we know this to be true. It's about protecting families. Across our region, too many residents are being taken advantage of, whether it's through predatory financial practices, deceptive business conduct, unfair housing tactics, wage theft, hidden fees, mental harm. As we heard, so many commenters talk about people having to be forced. Many families, especially working families, seniors, and immigrant communities, these harms don't just show up on paper. They impact their day-to-day lives and well-being. They mean harder choices at the end of the month. They mean stress, instability, in some cases significant health consequences. And the reality is that most of these problems are not one-time events. They're happening every day. It's the worker who doesn't get paid what they're owed. It's the tenant dealing with unsafe conditions or unfair rent increases. I can't tell you, I have spoken to dozens, if not probably at this point, hundreds of people, especially people who are on fixed incomes that are living in squalor conditions because their landlords have them living that way. And it's not so much, I think, of course it is about getting a return on your investment in these cases, and yes, going out after the big corporations, but it's also about bringing justice for the little, and I think that's quite important as well. So I think that's what the Consumer Fairness and Financial Protection Unit aims to do. It gives us the tools to go after the bad actors, pursue enforcement, and fight for the communities that have been disproportionately impacted for far too long. I want to be very clear. I know there's been differences of opinion. This effort is not about replacing, it's not about competing with the important work that's already being done. I want to take a moment to recognize District Attorney Summer Stephan and her team. They have been leaders, not just locally, but nationally, on consumer protection, on public safety, on holding bad actors accountable. And that is very, very clear. We are grateful for that leadership, and we're grateful for the work that has already been done to protect residents across this county. It is trailblazing work, and I, for one, am very grateful for the District Attorney's work and success on this issue. I also want to note that the scale and complexity of what we're facing today requires us to work hand in hand. And as has been mentioned, I think they're the one alignment we have. We want to see coordination, we want to see collaboration. So I'm eager to see a cooperative enforcement model where the DA's office and the county counsel's office and perhaps even the city of San Diego's office, who I also met with, are working together, leveraging every tool available to them and to us, and sending a clear message that in San Diego County, we won't allow families to be exploited. At a time when people are feeling squeezed from all directions and when trust in institutions is fragile, our responsibility is to show that government can step up, most importantly, work together and deliver. I believe that this unit is a reflection of that responsibility. So I do look forward to the continued partnership with the DA's office, with county council, and like I said, even the city of San Diego, if that's the case, we're going to engage everybody in this concurrent authority work that is so desperately needed for our community members. So with that, I'll be supporting the original motion and second. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the support and the insights from all my colleagues. We do have a motion on the floor. Seeing no other requests to comment, we will first vote on the substitute motion. This is the motion by Supervisor Desmond, which was to do a study on this matter, or have County Council do a study on this matter. You can go ahead and vote on that.
Chair Lussbringer, that motion fails with Supervisor Anderson and Supervisor Desmond voting yes, all other supervisors being present and voting no.
Okay, thank you all very much. So we now return to the original motion as amended by my colleague Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp. Just to reiterate, this is the motion that delegates to County Council to establish this Consumer Fairness and Public Protection Unit and to move forward with hiring a CPP director. Delegates to the County Council authority to figure out kind of appropriate staffing of this unit up to 30 FTEs, and as Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp mentioned, it's not 30 attorneys, that includes all the support staff that would be needed. And ask County Council to develop coordination and work collaboratively with the District Attorney, the City Attorney, and the AG as this moves forward. It also includes early intake and early resolution function for consumer and financial protection complaints, and this would be limited to not operate as a general consumer mediation program or sub. Again, if we could put on the board the amendment from my colleagues so everyone can see what 3 would be written as, and I think the purpose of that is very clear, which is to make clear that that it really is the purview and the authority of our County Council to hire this individual and with community members and external stakeholders is appropriate, but that really is a reporting line that goes to the County Council, and that needs to be, that authority needs to be quite clear. I appreciate that. I appreciate that clarification. I think that's correct. So these are, the main items. Again, I just returning to Supervisor Anderson. We would really like to move forward with this today. I do want to be mindful that my colleague had a really important point regarding not muddying the waters, regarding reporting lines. I think that's really important. I'm happy to But I think that my colleague is right, that we need to be clear about whose job it is to hire the correct person, and not muddy the waters on that. So, we'd love to be able to earn your support, but I also understand that if you are not able to do so today, then if there's no way that we can earn that support, then I think we'll just have to move forward on this.
I agree with you over where the power select, but in your board letter it said both. That's why I used the CAL, because it was in your board letter. Is there any way that we could get the input and then the hiring, so that at least we've gone to our constituents first and got their feedback before we move forward? In almost everything we do, that we've gotten public input first, we've had a better process. I really don't want to get ahead of our constituents. This is a big change. I think it's a good change, but it's a big change. And I really want the opportunity to do outreach in my district before I vote to move forward with it.
Well, I would like to move forward with the vote on this today, but if your question is whether County Council could engage and get public input before moving forward with hiring, I do think that's a question for County Council rather than for the board, but happy to, if that's your question for him, you can go ahead and ask it.
Well, I mean, that's how we've done it in the past. This is a different direction than what we've done in the past. And look, I get it. You three have your votes, and you don't need to do this, but we always talk about how important it is to have community input. We always talk about having the right people at the table. And we're in such a rush to do this that we have to rush it out today before we've ever had that input. And I'm just not comfortable with it. I think we've made some mistakes in the past, and I'm not going to cut any corners. I'd rather go a little slower, still get there, but get there in the right way. And listen, when I say it the right way, I mean the right way for me. It may not be the right way for
Can I ask
everybody else.
just to clarify, are you essentially asking, you're saying, okay, if we added to this an amendment that says report back in 30 days with any kind of input that you've received from community members along the way? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that would be helpful. Then I feel comfortable moving forward. I would prefer it was a little longer, but 30 days, if that's all I can get, that's all I can get. But that would also give.
We do each have blind spots from other districts, right? And so that can also be a part of 30, 45 days, whatever it is. I'm certainly not opposed to that. I just want to make it clear that we are consistent with the authority that we give.
So just to kind of travel on the plane, Vice Chairman Step, would it, to kind of make your amendment, would it be, and then report back, have David report back with any updates in 30 days? Would that be consistent?
That is fine with me. I have no issues with that.
Would that meet your concerns?
Yeah, do we have somebody in mind that we're going to hire? I mean, is that why we're rushing?
Supervisor, I have not gotten that far. Any thought to that?
So,
and Supervisor, just on that very point, that's why I just want to make it clear, right, that we're not involved in that. You know what I mean? So,
well,
I'm
proposals at the county level going around where we would be approving department heads in making a charter change. So it's not like that's not closed.
Right? Not department, but I was saying
so
it's
not like there aren't people on this board that want to get down in the weeds. I'm not one of them, and I'm not suggesting that. What I'm suggesting is going in with our eyes open, having heard from everyone. This is an incredible list of outreach for San Diego. I'm not seeing any of these folks from the 550,000 unincorporated people in their communities. So I get it, but I think that we're making big changes like this. We want to make sure that everyone has seen it. Look, we may go through this and nobody shows up. And I'm okay with that because we did everything in our power, and then I can go back at a future community talk and say, look, we advertised it, we wanted to have you at the table. I'm sorry, we can only do as much as we can do. but there was no outreach that I'm aware of in my district in a meaningful way that would give that input. And I think that representing 200,000 people that live in the unincorporated, we're their own government. They should have a seat at the table. And maybe their concerns aren't even the correct concerns, and they might be concerned about potholes, and they want to know what they're going to do for potholes. So I'm not saying that. I always want to make sure they were as transparent as possible, and we give them every opportunity to our community to be heard. And I also like the idea that this will give the DA's office an opportunity to give input on the front side instead of trying to get a deal on the back side. And I have, although we haven't worked closely, I have every belief in voting to hire you that you're open-minded and you're doing you in the best interest. So I'm just trying to make sure the cart doesn't get before the horse. That's the whole purpose of this for me, and I can get there easily if we can go ahead and get that 30 days of input.
So just to be very, try to land the plan in a really specific way. County Council may need an external takeover, but this is Vice Chairman Morrison's amendment as environmental work of the CFPP, and County Council shall report back with any updates regarding that consultation within.
We have that amendment on our screens here. Well, I do.
Good thing you have Chairperson here next to you. Sorry.
It was doing automatically. So I didn't know. County Council shall report back with any updates on this consultation within 30 days. Is that helpful? Is that what you're looking for? In the spirit of compromise, yes.
Okay.
Is it perfectly what I want? No. But is it incrementally better? Yes. And then my district will have some input, so I appreciate it.
If I tell you how good of a legislature you are, it'll end up on the flyer next time. So. Okay, is that satisfactory to you? It was your amendment.
There's one problem with me, and I do think that there are quite a few organizations on that list that serve people in District 2, and maybe not as deep in the unincorporated areas, but I think we'd be surprised if we were dissolved, because there's a lot of meetings, a lot of those organizations care about a lot of people in the region, no matter where they live. But I think it's always good to get more input, and I have said on this dais that we all have blind spots, right? I don't live in unincorporated, and I represent parts of it, but certainly not in tissue, so happy to honor that.
Okay, Chairperson McGeary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know I'm spending some lunch, but
you're the number one advocate for lunch.
Well, I'll preface my comment by saying that I just want to acknowledge that there's enough work to go around. There's a lot of people in need, and the VA's office has done a tremendous job in spearheading a lot of that work, but there's still a lot of needs that are going unmet, and I think the perfect example is this binder full of, organizations that are still calling for more and need more. Now, I know OEPA is a sore subject, but OEPA is focused on research, right? This is focused on bringing justice and relief to probably tens of, I don't know how many people, but a lot of people within our communities who, to the point about, or the question about urgency, this is an urgent matter. And I think it's our responsibility to be responsive to the needs of our constituents who are suffering, as I mentioned in my comments. So I just wanted to address that. Secondly, I do want to address earlier the comment concern around the 30 FTE. I'd be okay if y'all wanted to consider, hiring at the discretion of the county council as you see fit as we move forward. Obviously, building a unit from scratch may take some time, so I just, I'm open to that conversation.
I just want to comment that was
a letter.
Yeah, no, that is actually, that's why it's written the way that it is. That's the intent, and so I just want to clarify that really is the intent. That this really is a delegation to county council, and that is why it says up to. And certainly, frankly, and this is to put on the record, if county council comes back and says to us, actually, I need more, I'll be open to that. And if you come back and say, actually, we don't need this many, open to that as well. So I just want to make sure that that's clear for the record.
Is there a reason why the 2-year timeline? Is that, or are you just estimating maybe that's how?
It was really came out of conversation. So again, I think what's helpful that was uplifted by Supervisor Vice Chair Montgomery Stepp is that the 30 FTs is not attorneys. That includes investigators, administrators, support staff. So that came out of conversations with all the other units in California who had a recommendation of where they anticipated we would likely be wanting to be in the next couple of years. San Francisco is much smaller, significantly smaller, but it's also a double function, like city and county. LA is much bigger, so we kind of had to sort of take from the advice, and that's where that came from. But it's also very clear that we don't know. We'll have to let the county council do their job and hire people, and it maybe will be less, and maybe and just putting this on your plate. If in 2 years you come back and you say y'all are wrong, I need more, please come ask. This is more sort of kind of a guideline from a starting point.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to support you.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion on the floor and a second. And I just again want to, before we go, just appreciate the really fruitful contributions of so many people who've really been thought partners in this. And looking forward, David, I know, just throwing you in the deep end. We're so happy to have you. So thank you. Please vote.
Chair Lawson Berryman, that motion passes with Supervisor Desmond voting no. All other supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes. Chair we'll take it out at lunch. We will see you back here. It is 1:15. We'll see everyone back here at 2:15.
The board is in recess until 2:15.
Gotta make sure. How you doing? It's gonna be a long day. Yeah, I just got confused. I got some purple ones. I'm gonna wear them tomorrow. Are you gonna be here?